बोलिए ब्रो। This is more than a competition. It is a war where the warriors risk it all. They fight like there's no tomorrow. This is the sound of South Asia, live on the PUBG Mobile Esports official YouTube channel.
Well, hello there, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all of you to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, guys, joined once again, like always, by Necro alongside with me. And today, it is day 2 of the final week of the league stages. All the scripts have been flipped. The tables have been flipped as well, because in the third week, yesterday, Necro, was a very impressive day from Myanmar, one of the teams which is on the bottom of the league rankings, and not just them, the other teams from the latter half of the leaderboard are performing very well in the last week.
And not just that, DRS getting 2 chicken dinners. That is one more big thing as well, Johnny. Yes. And not just that, it was back-to-back as well, ladies and gentlemen. And in one game, they got 17 elimination points. And that's a lot of numbers right there. That's big elimination number right there. 17 elimination is not something easy to pull off. And yesterday we saw even a team like Godlike Stalwart struggle quite a bit.
Exactly, and because of that struggle, I think as far as the rankings for the league stages are considered,
close.
DRS have moved up to the second, and yes, they are closing in on Godlike Stalwart, but it's not just them. Yesterday we were talking about the top 16 as well, because only the top 16 from the league stages get to play in the grand finals before the South Asia Championship actually happens. And in the top 16, something very interesting has happened. We talked about how Train to Kill is underperforming. Well, because of that, Gremlin Storm, who did really well yesterday, have been closing in on T2K as well. And if T2K slide down to the 15th position, then their qualification chances are going to be up for grabs. But we're going to talk all about this and more, ladies and gentlemen. Before that, we have to talk about the format, because as I've mentioned, we're in the third week of the league stages, and every single week, each team plays 20 matches after the 20 games. The top 12 teams, based on that week's ranking, get to play that extra live game for a little bit of bonus points that can be added to their standings for the finals. So they start the finals with a massive advantage. Then there's the PMPL SA finals happening from the 30th of September till the 1st. And after that, it is the SA Championship. And with all that being said, prize pool is also one thing we need to talk about. Necro, $150,000 on the line. Massive money. Big stacks.
Exactly. Big numbers over here, ladies and gentlemen. It's something to add the pressure on even more. We've been talking about the pressure, and this is the week 3, ladies and gentlemen. The pressure is going to be maximum on the latter half of the board in the overall league standings, because at the end of the day, if you're in top 16 at the overall league standings, that's what's really going to matter over here, ladies and gentlemen. So you got to make sure you're really there. With that being said, every single week, when a week ends, you will be getting these bonus points. And of course, the team that is placing first in that particular week, they will be getting 20 points. The second team will be getting 19. It just keeps on descending downwards. So the format is pretty simple. We've been explaining to you guys since the start.
Yeah, it has been the same for a while now. But again, this time it was a little bit different compared to how the previous few PMPLs have been. In fact, since the inauguration of the PMPL, the format was completely different. You would have those league play days, then the super weekends used to happen. All of that is gone now. Teams get to play the entire week to get a chance to grab those points for the finals. And the point structure for our regular games, though, still remains the same. You finish first, you get 15 points. You finish second, you get 12 points. Finishing third in a game gets you 10 placement points. Finishing fourth gets you 8 placement points, and so on and so forth. You get 1 point for every single elimination. And also, like we have been saying, every single week, teams get reshuffled into their groups. This week's groups are on our screens, with Group A having the Warriors, VENOM Legends, T2K, WIZZES Club. B has Skylightz Gaming, A1 and B, Raw Official, and 1952. Group C, I think one of the surprises yesterday from Group C was MABETEX, who had a decent day. But I have to say, one thing that I missed out on while we were closing the show yesterday, Necro, was the fact that High Voltage again are in the top 5 this week as well.
I mean, Well, as we know, they're one of the most consistent teams in the lobby, and that's what High
Yeah.
Voltage is doing. I mean, there is another consistent team, and that is Skylightz Gaming. Before now, at least in the day one,
Yes.
things were quite rough for them. It's okay. They can try to make a comeback. As I said, there's a lot more days in the future as well, and that means a lot of games as well to play and to try and make a comeback and claw your way back up. With that being said, as the overall rankings of the post-match 5, these are the overall rankings of the week 3, ladies and gentlemen, from which only, of course, one day has been done so far, and you can see the overall rankings in front of you. I mean, at the start, of course, top 4 teams have taken all the chicken dinners yesterday, which are currently Giant Mara sitting at the first spot, DRS sitting in the second spot, Bra sitting at the third, and Gremlin Storm sitting at the fourth. And now, of course, Johnny, the big surprise over here is Gremlin Storm. If they keep this start, if they keep this momentum flowing in their favor, I feel like things can be really good for them in the future as well. Maybe they can qualify inside the finals.
Yeah, but the better Gremlin Storm gets, the more in trouble T2K is going to be. Because Train to Kill, even in this week, at the start at least, we do see them on the 13th position.
Yeah.
Not really a great spot for them to be in, as we have talked about them in the first week as well. Everyone was expecting Train to Kill to be the team who would stand up to the likes of godlike Stalwart, who would take on the Mongolian Giants and beat them. But that has not been the case. They had a good start in the first week. The first few days, they looked amazing, but then they ended the first week sitting, I believe, on the 13th or the 12th position. They were outside the top 10 for sure. The next week rolls around, the performance is still not there, and as of now, the overall leaderboard is not really working out too well for them, but we'll have to wait till the end of the week to find out what their fate is going to be. For now, Jayan Mara, a massive improvement from this team. I can't emphasize this enough, because week 1, Jayan Mara were not doing so well for themselves. Week 2 rolls around, the struggle remains the same, but then in week 3, oh my goodness, what a start. The first game, they finished second. They got 11 eliminations in that. The worst performance of the day came in match number 4, where they finished 7th with 1 placement point, or 1 elimination. So they still did manage to get 3 points in total from that game, which is better than walking away with nothing. And the last game of the day, Jayan Mara secured an amazing winner chicken dinner with 16 eliminations. So it was an amazing day they were having. But, Necro, do you think they can carry the momentum in the matches today?
That's the exact question I was wondering as well since the start. Since yesterday, actually. As soon as I saw them at the start, I was like, okay. On the first spot, I was like, okay, Giant Mara, this is a really good start. You want a good head start inside this week, and no matter what you do, you need to keep this pace flowing. So if this pace is not being flown from the side of Giant Mara, if they're not really able to keep up to the performance of the other teams, we might as well just count them out. So it's just been day one, Johnny. I don't really want to speak a lot of things right now. I don't really want to say, oh, Giant Mara is doing absolutely insane. Yeah, compared to the previous week, of course, the stats are clearly saying, but ladies and gentlemen, these are just day one stats. You cannot really compare day one stats to the entire weekly stats. So I would still say I'm not really going to be speculating a lot of things here. I'm going to let these things, just pass by, because John Mara, of course, as I mentioned, and even Johnny mentioned, the momentum, or so far the head start, has been looking pretty good. But Johnny, I'm going to ask you, what is your realistic expectation from a team like DAX?
I think I have been let down already by the lads of DAX, because I expected the old DAX to be there. I mean, there is a legacy behind the name, and it was important to live up to all those expectations. But you never know. It's a big tournament. These are fresh set of faces that we are seeing in this stage of the tournament. So it is going to take them time to adjust. But as far as the overall ranking, the leaderboard rankings are... well, how they are right now, DAX is in a very tricky position, because Jayan Mara is doing well. We have A1NB doing quite decent for themselves. I mean, the improvement is going to be there from their side this week as well. So DAX will definitely have to get a few chicken dinners if they want to make sure they walk away to the finals, if they want to play in the finals for the PMPL South Asia this time. And from there, they have the potential to go to the championship. Not going to lie, I definitely do see DAX moving to the championship, but it all comes down to the next few days.
I mean, think about the next few days, man. Not just for them. A lot of teams are going to be under pressure. And we are speaking just about the latter half of the board. We're speaking about the bottom 4 teams, right? So we also need to speak about the teams that are currently in the 12th position. From 20th to 12th, that is a complete big red zone. And by even mentioning 20th position, we spoke about this yesterday. There's not a lot of big point difference, ladies and gentlemen. Entry can be really easy one single day. If it's good for you, pretty much you will find yourself in the top 16. But are you going to be able to maintain that position? That's what has been the question throughout this entire PMPL.
Yeah, and it's not going to be easy for anyone. I mean, you had 20 games, 4 are already done. Now you're left with 16 matches. 16 matches remaining. If you fail to perform in even one, you never know. You could miss out on the opportunity to play in the finals because of 1 point, because of one elimination that you forgot to secure, because of one player that you let walk away. So everyone has to be on point, precise with every single move that they make inside the game, because it's the final week of the league stages. The pressure could not be higher. The chase is on between the teams. The teams that were struggling have finally started to show their true face. We talked about Janmaro, we talked about DRS. They are extremely close, by the way, to on catching up to the players of godlike Stalwart. And I think if things keep on going in the same direction that they are right now, at the end of the week, we will see DRS as the winners of the league stages and not godlike Stalwart.
I mean, that can be a possibility, but as I mentioned yesterday as well, we had to talk about this yesterday.
Yeah.
Godlike Stalwart really scared to be the champions of the league. No. In the past as well, they've let Seal have overall have a lead over them no matter what. It just seems like inside the league stage they just want to maintain a good standing, show that they are a godlike Stalwart, and then inside the grand finals is where they really start striking harder than ever before, because what matters is getting that trophy to them, not that entire just getting that fame. Doesn't matter to them. I think so. All that matters to them is getting that trophy. And I mean, once you do get that trophy, of course, you will get fame with it as well.
Necro, we have Elementrix on our screens right now. We're seeing their clips, and I think this was one of the teams that we forgot to mention and talk about, because Elementrix have completely changed their playstyle as well. Yesterday, we saw them be a lot more aggressive than they were in the previous 2 weeks combined. They got a lot of eliminations. They were getting into those team fights a little bit more consistently and getting those numbers up a little bit more consistently as well. So the improvement has been there, but I still believe Elementrix's natural playstyle is their survival instincts. That is what their greatest strength is. And if this aggression, the level of aggression that they're playing with, if it works out, it's going to be such a big improvement for Elementrix. You are going to see a massive spike in the results that you're going to see from this team, because survival instincts were always there. That's the most difficult part of the game, learning how to survive in the midst of all this chaos. Elementrix were already good at that. Now they're building up their firepower, a position where they were, I wouldn't say necessarily lacking, but compared to a few of the top teams, compared to teams like High Voltage, compared to teams like godlike Stalwart, you take the lads from DE Warriors. Deadeye's guys have been pretty aggressive in their own time as well. This last week is not really going their way, though. The first 2 weeks they did really well. So compared to those sort of teams, Elementrix were on the back foot sometimes, but now I think yesterday just changed everything. The lads just felt more comfortable fighting it out.
I mean, still, it's nowhere near close to the Elementrix that we saw inside week 1. And you gotta agree with me, because the Elementrix in week 1 were just going ham, absolutely. I still remember they got their first chicken dinner in Sanhok inside week 1, and that's where things really started kicking off in their favor, and they just picked up the pace from there. But again, I would say a decent ending, considering it was just the first day and only 5 games were being played, out of which Elementrix played only 4. And so far, they're doing pretty okay. Hopefully, inside the day 2, we are going to witness even more improvement. Now, improvement was definitely expected here. But before that, before continuing this conversation, you guys saw the schedule in front of us. Of course, a little change in the schedule, too. We're going to be kicking things off with Miramar today. And then teams to watch inside Miramar, of course, has to be Skylightz Gaming. Of course, has to be DE Warriors as well. Where is godlike Stalwart?
Well, I think the last 2 weeks have not really been there. So godlike Stalwart are out of their prediction chart.
IHC's there.
Also, IHC is not playing this game. It's the first game of the day. Group E is going to sit out. So IHC, DRS, TRZ, and Elementrix are not going to be participating. Skylightz Gaming is going to be there. The Warriors are going to be there as well. So I guess 2 of the top performing teams not being present in the match is going to make things a little bit easier for the rest of the competition. I guess. Or at least they can hope so. But that is not going to be the case. I think everyone, as we have been mentioning, has a lot to win, a lot to lose. And because of that, no one will be taking any chances. Yesterday, we saw how intense the matches got on Miramar, the final situations. I remember, Gremlin Storm versus Seal Esports, that final fight, 2v3 win that Gremlin Esports got. A very impressive finish as well. Situations like those. We saw Legend just... Is there a thing as over trigger disciplined. I don't think so. That's the case.
Oh
But
yeah,
he
he
waited.
held the trigger for
too
way
long.
too long.
Yeah.
For too long. And as soon as I said, there's a chance. There's a chance he might get checked, and that's what exactly happened. He gets checked and he gets taken out right then and there. But ladies and gentlemen, just to let you guys know, Group E is going to be sitting it out from the first game. That means IC, DRS, TRZ Esports, and even Elementrix are not going to be here. From which we are speaking about TRZ and Elementrix. And actually, my bad. We were speaking about DRS
DRS
from
and
that group.
IC.
And yeah, so now we need to speak about TRZ, right? I mean, they're sitting it out in the first game. And we expected a massive improvement even from that team, at least in that break, that week break that we had.
Yeah. I
Do you
mean,
think so they have lived up to the expectations or no?
I think it's just a similar performance because in week 1,
Yeah.
TRZ finished with 99 points. Week 2
Yeah.
rolls around. We expect things to get better. They get 111 points in total. So the jump was not that significant. It did not change anything for them. At the end of week 2, they were sitting in the bottom 3 with I believe 15 points separating them literally from the 20th position. So TRZ, they need to buckle up. They need to step up quite big and just go ham in the lobby, get those high elimination matches every single time around. TRZ literally can't miss out on a single big if they want game, if they want to make it into the top 16.
I mean, right now they're at the bottom. Right now they're literally at the bottom actually on 20th spot. They only have
week, yeah.
6 points in 5 games. That is grim. You guys need to understand. That's how dry things are looking like for TRZ. But ladies and gentlemen, speaking about things being dry, Johnny's scoreboard has been pretty dry recently. And
wow, none of us have moved up, by the way, in the last week.
it doesn't matter. I'm still on the lead.
By
So
one.
I can say everything I want.
Apparently, we are getting beaten by Rashme from the Nepali analyst desk.
Are we?
Yeah, he's beating us. I think he's at 9 or 10 right now.
Wait, really?
We need to step up, Necro. We're getting left
Oh.
behind.
So Rushmay is beating us. All right.
Yes.
That's okay. It's okay. You remember how I made a comeback
Not really.
on you? You had a big head start in the prediction, Johnny. You
I
had like
remember
3
it.
predictions, and then I made a big comeback.
I don't
comeback
remember
story.
anything.
And now,
What?
in the first game, ladies and gentlemen, you guys think I might go with Godlike Stalwart. You guys think I might go with some of the strong teams, DEW. But no, I'm going to go with Deadeye's guys. Lock it
Wow,
in.
you're calling Deadeye's guys a weaker team.
No. I mean, comparatively, compared to them right now, looking at the stats, of course they are weaker compared to them. But Deadeye's guys is not a weak team. That's what I mean.
Just trying to
Dude,
change.
I mean, the
See,
stats are there, man.
Just a heads up. Don't take things out of context. That was like you need
Yeah,
to
it's
listen to what Necro said
it's
first.
a little banner, all right, guys. It's a little banner. Go on. We both are
But
being
if
sarcastic.
you are gonna go with DU Warriors, then I think I want to start with a comfortable pick. I'm just gonna go with Janmara because they've been doing well this week. And I want to
Okay.
see them break into the top 16 because Janmara, again, the legacy that Janmara has with the PMPL and with just being part of the international circuit, it's as old as the scene of PUBG Mobile in Nepal itself. This team has always represented the nation in every single major international tournament. So even this time, I wouldn't want them to miss out on the SA Championship. I would love to see Janmara be a part of the SA Championship again. But before that, they need to make it to the finals. So to make it to the finals, you need to make it to the top 16. And that only happens if they do well this week. So I'm going to be rooting for Janmara right now.
Okay, I mean, John Mara, of course, the wind is flowing in their favor. Hopefully, they keep on flying with the wind.
Yeah.
But there are going to be teams like High Voltage who will try to put a full stop to that momentum itself. There are going to
Yes.
be teams like IC2, even Godlike Stalwart. They themselves need to make a comeback right now. And we know what they can pull off when they really are desperate in getting those points. And we know they are also quite good at being consistent and also aggro at the same time. So nothing can be said here actually in the lobby. We don't exactly know which teams are going to be consistent. But one thing is consistent for sure. The plane flat paths being weird as ever. Plane flat path starting all the way from the bottom
Weird as
right
ever.
side, starting from... Yeah, exactly, man. I mean, look at it. Yesterday, even yesterday, the plane flat path was kind of not being too friendly with the teams.
But that just makes the games more entertaining for us. So
Oh, yeah, I love it. Yeah,
Yeah,
I love it.
I don't
want
think
to
we
see
should
them
become-
struggle, man.
Oh, look at that, though. I think yesterday, 1952 was the team that was, which had decided that they want to start from the prison and Los Higos situation. But today, Raw official have decided to take the islands towards the southwestern part of the map. The trajectory of the plane, as Necro mentioned, is quite small to begin with, and it's leaning heavily towards the southern side of the map. So all the teams headed towards the northern parts, be it Torre Amuda, Water Treatment, Crater Fields, El Pozo, they are going to be struggling for a little bit. There might be a few early drop clashes as well. And one early switch up that I'm seeing, Necro, is a 3-1 split drop from Gremlin Storm, and also MABETEX and Venom Legends both moving towards LSR right now.
Yeah. And even Raw is all the way down in the prison island.
Yeah.
Interesting. I mean, Raw realized they instantly capitalized on that thing. Adjustment on the fly, actually. Because the planned fly path going towards their drop location is not going to be an easy choice. Instead, just drop on an abandoned island. I would say that's a pretty good adjustment. If you're able to make a rotation out of that one, if you have researched enough, if you've done your homework, you would know how to exactly rotate out of that spot, and you would know which team would be holding what sort of an angle. We already do hear some gunshots, of course, because of the plane fly path. It's really going to push these teams out off their comfort zone. And as you mentioned, GSM, kind of a split drop from their side. I would say it's not really an intended split. It's more kind of like an unorganized split from them. They didn't really mean to drop this far away. None of the teams actually would want to drop this far away in general. So Gremlin Storm, that has to be a big mistake. And there is another team in the clotheslines. Now, we spoke about T2K, Johnny, and T2K is a big name as well. And T2K really do need to live up to the name. What do you think is going wrong with this team?
I have no idea. I think a few internal issues. I remember having a conversation about this with Ansh, and we were discussing the individual performances of the players. And this time, it feels like Legend was one of those individuals I think we all agreed was a little bit on the back foot, because, I mean, we have all seen him perform, right? We know the kind of caliber he can bring to the table. We know the kind of performances he has delivered in the past as well. But this time, it doesn't really feel the same.
Maybe.
I think half of that might just be due to the fact that he had to take a little bit of time off in the middle, and then he came back. So it is going to take him a while to adjust. Plus, this time around, a lot of things have changed around him as well. Train to Kill in the first week did really well, because I think all the other teams were also just trying to get a read on what everyone else in the lobby had prepped for this particular PMPL. And as soon as everyone started switching things up, that is when T2K started to struggle. So I think there is a possibility that we might see them in the finals, and that is when we see T2K show their true form, because pretty sure they have been doing their homework as well, but they haven't really delivered in time. It's a late submission, so hopefully they submit before the finals.
I mean, again, you spoke about Legend.
What are your thoughts?
It's quite understandable, actually. My thoughts is, we asked Ansh before this PMPL even started, and he said that T2K is going to go ham. He said they're going to be one of the best teams inside the lobby, and I think he just cast a curse them.
You're going to blame Ansh for this?
Yeah, literally. I think he cast a curse.
I'm going to snitch on you.
No, don't do that. Come on.
I'm snitching on you as soon as the show ends.
Why?
Why not?
Dude, that's just called, you're just being a snake.
It's not Sanhok right now. It's Miramar.
You're being a deserty snake. You're covering yourself in dust.
Oh boy. Oh, those snakes are deadly.
Oh yeah, they are. I've heard a lot about those in the Discovery Channel, but something we don't need to talk about right now, because we were speaking of another snakes, which was you. But
yeah.
Getting the conversation back inside the game, though, ladies and gentlemen. Currently, of course, team somehow has managed to find a way out of those risky spots, and they've found themselves in a better and a safer spot so far. Raw as well taking a rotation outside of the entire prison island, making sure they're going to find themselves in a better spot inside the circle as quick as possible. Now, you really do need to be quick if you want a good position in the circle. As soon as the circle actually starts filling up with teams, they're, of course, going to go for the prime spot in the circle. So if you want those prime spots, you got to be the first one to take them.
Well, that's what the textbook says, right? That's how it's supposed to go. You see a high ground advantage, you're going to try and take it under your control as early in the game as possible. But in certain situations, that is not really going to be a viable option for you, especially in a situation that Well, I would closely relate to MABETEX right now, who are spread out towards Torre Amuda and Campo Militar, so they're the furthest ones away from the circle. And by the time they make it to the zone, everyone will be holding on to those high grounds, the mountains. So rotating for them is not going to be easy. The only option they will have left is to play from edge to edge. That way, they can try and play for survival up until the mid-game stages, but then before the late game arrives, they have to make sure that they have solid cover close to the center of the map, close to the center of the circle. Otherwise, it's just going to be uh, it is going to be a troublesome situation for them to just even survive it. On the other side now, Miramar, I guess Necro off to a standard start. We expected a few drop collisions, even though the teams did go for wide split drops as soon as the flight path was there. Still no early fights. We have, I mean, shots were fired from Liquid, but I don't know
Yeah.
what he was shooting at. He saw a vehicle, tried to take a few shots, did not connect anything.
Shooting blanks at this point is not even able to render that much distance. But one thing I can say for sure, that 1952 is rotating exactly from that similar direction. He probably saw a little bit of players there, or little vehicles rotating around, and he tried to take some shots on those. But one good thing is that the players of Raw now exactly know that there's going to be no threat whatsoever near the bridge line, so they can make a rotation out of that one quickly and safely. So Liquid has done his job, making sure his team is outside that prison island and scouting that area perfectly. I love this little strat that the players of Raw did. Still, teams are now getting adjusted inside the circle. They're finding a good spot and just waiting patiently for the next circle to form. On the other hand, you have teams like MABETEX who dropped all the way on the northern side near Campo Militar, and now they're finally making a rotation outside of that one inside the circle, so they are tanking a bit of blue damage. Giant Mara, VENOM Legends really close to each other. There's a big chance they might as well get engaged in a fight soon.
Well, there is going to be a possibility of a fight, but teams specifically on this map do like to make sure that there is 100% possibility of them just wiping out the entire team, or at least secure the finishes. So far, it seems like the Warriors have given a lot of noise and a lot of information to the players of Deadeye Skies. So DE, Deadeye Skies, are trying to position themselves, just prepping up for the assault that is headed towards them, for the war that is headed in their direction. But on the other side, T2K Esports KC, he's out in the open, takes a few shots towards the players of WIZZES Club, but has to be very careful because even on the flank, there are two players present, Octopus and BBK. Not really a position that he wants to be in, especially alone, but he does have his teammates right behind him. So it's going to be quite a manageable position for the entirety of T2K Esports put together. But Kise, he needs to get inside some cover right now.
Yeah. Even they're catching a bit of return fire, but no connections found. Oh, that's a nice shot. Should suppress him instantly, and that's what BBK Red realizes. So falls back. The next circle is popped up as well, since it's not time to mess around anymore. There's a big chance even WIZZES Club can have a nice position with the spot they have currently. It shouldn't be that tough to just straight up book it or try to book in the center of the circle. I don't really see a lot of threat for them if they choose the right route. Seal around as well, but Seal has no intentions of challenging a fight against the players of WIZZES Club. So for now, they're going to be quite safe. The circle is seeming like it is somewhat forming near Chumacera. And if it is a Chumacera circle, it has to be one of the best one out there, of course. Especially love that slope, especially love that hilly area of Chumacera. That's what really does make that city kind of unique. If you are able to get yourself situated on that high ground, then
Yeah,
you're good to go. You will have a big advantage over every single team that is currently inside the city in that lower ground. Deadeye Skies against the players of Avon. Info is definitely going to be quite vital at this stage of the game.
yeah, it's, I mean, definitely quite vital at every stage of the game. But as you were talking about the hills of Chumacera, I think one thing I would like to mention is the fact that it only works out quite well for you if you get there early and you have no one challenging you and the zone is on top of you the entire time. If the zone moves away from Chumacera, getting out of there, it is absolute hell. I mean, wish you would wish 100 other things happened rather than the zone moving away from you. It becomes very, very tricky to try and survive, and you have to commit a lot of utility just to do so, just to move even an inch inside of that situation. But A1 NB Sinister now. I wonder how they got here, right in the middle of DE and D Warriors. Players from A1 Esports. Oh, look at this. Godlike Stalwart taking a few shots from Jiggle. High voltage, putting Godlike Stalwart under a little bit of pressure. Scry did take a little bit of damage, but he does manage to survive the distance between the two teams, making sure that no one goes down yet.
The circle is definitely starting to fill up with a lot of teams now. We haven't seen a single casualty so far. It has been quite a slow-paced game, quite a slow start. 12 minutes and 10 seconds, and we haven't seen a single body being dropped yet. Finally, as soon as I say that, again, the same thing happens. Action goes down. Pika might just be the next one, but ParaGD is not able to find the connections. Pika is trying to make a safe rotation on towards Action, but there are going to be a couple of spots that are going to be left open, but Pika somehow manages to move inside that house. Action will be back up on his feet. But that could be a risky one for Godlike Stalwart.
It's not really a position they want to put themselves in. 12 minutes in, still no first blood inside of the game. All 64 players present. Everyone has managed to survive, but I think all of that is going to change, Necro. The zone hard shifting towards the southwestern side. In fact, right on top of Chumacera is going to force these teams to fight mid-rotation now. The northern edge of the circle is going to get pretty cluttered up, and a lot of fights are going to break out in the open. Right now, it looks like Seal Esport have a pretty decent position for themselves, but let's see the second airdrop, ladies and gentlemen, also dropping in the game with the Groza and the Forex, and that is what I was talking about. Look at the cluster that is already there towards the eastern side of the zone, and then there are, I think, 5 or 6 different teams moving from up north. So it is going to be a very chaotic situation. The DE Warriors are going to be feeling pretty lucky that they already have some cover for themselves, and everyone else is going to be out in the open. Oh, first blood is going to be there. Domain is knocked down.
Oh, not a good news. Even 1952 entry goes down. Now, finally, some bodies have started to hit the deck in 1952. Unfortunately, they're going to completely lose out on that man. Nades are being tossed in even from the side of 1952 to find a reply. They did, but the res is being stuck. And for now, that res seems pretty successful. 1952 also getting shot at from the back line, so it's a complete third party from the side of Godlike Stalwart. 1952 in a whole world of trouble as even Skylightz Gaming are looking to pounce up on top of them. But for now, Skylightz Gaming has positioned themselves in a little bit of defensive stance. And now finally the push is going to be made. 2 players push at the same time. One man goes down. 1952 down to a 2-man squad being handicapped. And even the second man was knocked out, so he should be back up on his feet. He needs to patch himself up. And Skylightz Gaming, they're just pouncing. They want to eat him alive, and they exactly will do so. The players are chipped down way too low as well, and it should be a matter of seconds when 1952 get eliminated. 1952 out the fray. That's going to be the first team to take an exit.
Yeah, instantly wiped out in a matter of seconds, but I think we're going to see the second team fall down as well, as it looks like the players from the side of Skylightz Gaming are caught between VENOM Legends and the players of Godlike Stalwart. And look at this, we have Kabir. He has switched up positions, moved to a different spot now from where he will have a line of fire available on the players of Skylightz Gaming. But now VENOM Legends, they are being extremely careful about this, which is going to be a little bit tricky because all the time that they spend behind these ridges is the time that Skylightz Gaming spends going for revives. And if all 4 players are back on their feet, Skylightz Gaming is one of the most deadliest teams to go up against in the lobby.
The next circle forms up north, pushing a lot of team actually in a big state of discomfort. Dax find themselves in a really good spot. I might as well just call that the prime spot at that point. So for now, Dax are pretty much chilling inside the circle. A1NB2 on the right side. Deadeye Skies up top north. High Voltage is rotating all the way from the back, but Skylightz Gaming, they want some more blood. And they want to keep the aggression. They want to keep the pedal to the metal. This time, it might just be the players of VENOM Legends who fall prey to them, and that's what exactly will happen. Mr. Boro finds the opening, and now it's time to apply even more pressure. But the reply nade comes in from the side of VENOM Legends. It's going to be stronger than ever before. Finds the exact mark, will land perfectly, finds Nima. That should buy the players of VENOM Legend to fall back.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. AJ is going to try and go up the ridge, see anyone on the other side of the small little hill, the shack separating the two teams. AJ and Nima moving together. Mafia Ninja is going to fall back as well, and into the vehicles the players go, trying to escape, trying to rotate away from the blue zone. But VENOM Legends, they have Gangsta knocked out, as godlike Stalwart are trying to get a few extra points for themselves, as they will be gatekeeping both these teams at the same time. But on our screens now, Octopus from WIZZES Club did in fact go for a few shots on Memo from Gremlin Storm, but not enough to secure the point for his team, and Memo just goes down to the blue zone. No point secured. Quite upsetting for the side of WIZZES Club. They need every single thing that they can get. They have already 3 eliminations in this game so far, and the team is looking pretty solid. Domain has to be extremely careful. Was in the line of fire for the players of T2K, but what is going on over here? Skylightz Gaming, are they going for a push on godlike Stalwart? And the answer is yes. Look at that.
Back.
Yeah.
Back-to-back brawls is what this team wants, and they will get it no matter what. Godlike Stalwart too, instantly being aggressive, and this is the exact proactive nature I was talking about this team. Even if they are getting pushed on, even if they are getting pounced on, they won't just sit back and let the enemy team walk in their crosshairs. No, instead they will try to make a push happen. They will try to be as proactive as possible, try to be quick and agile. And so far, it's working out for the players of godlike Stalwart. It's all down to Mafia Ninja, and because he's prone, he's not really able to fight, or he's not really able to be that mobile. And that's what will cause the elimination of Skylightz Gaming. Good fights and bad fights, but this time, Skylightz Gaming were left with no other option than to fight it out, then to duke it out, and they took the odds. And they fell down. WIZZES Club and T2K, as T2K, they've found a knock onto themselves. Same thing goes with WIZZES Club as well. They have a knockout. Shouldn't be tough to recover from that, though. Deadeye's guys in the back. But they have no intentions of even taking a fight to them.
Well, godlike Stalwart on the other side. One fight almost done and dusted, and they start moving towards the next one. VENOM Legends is going to be their next target. It looks like one player was knocked out, but they have been brought back to their feet. VENOM Legends still looking quite solid. The 3 players, Fagboy, Susan, and Gangster, pushing together. But on the other side, T2K up against the players of WIZZES Club. Knocks traded out from either sides, but Quaid in the back lines is just going to try and see if he can protect his players. Just deny the push from T2K. Rig on the ridge is going to fire a few shots, and the damage does get traded out. But Quaid is extremely low now. Has to go for the first aid kit, the med kit, in fact, to bring himself back up. But so much stress, and it fails him in time. The M249 in the hands of Sunday is doing wonders. An important knock secured for the players of T2K, and I think that should allow them enough of a momentum to go for a squad wipe on the players of WIZZES Club.
Another big fight erupting. A lot of skirmishes now are happening all over the board. As godlike Stalwart, they were getting approached by the players of VENOM Legends, but just because godlike Stalwart were able to reply back strong enough, VENOM Legends could not keep the fight going. They couldn't afford to keep it going. Needed to fall back, and that's what they exactly did. But Susan is close! Inside that little shack, did hear the buggy go around. But Pika, does he have any clue that Susan's back there? And that's what exactly Susan's gonna do. Susan takes the advantage of that fact. Pika goes down, and now he's getting charged on by the rest of the squad of godlike Stalwart. It is one of the most deadliest scenarios to be in. And godlike Stalwart will easily take care of that man. 3 players are still up and alive for this team, so things shouldn't be that difficult for them to try and make it alive. But unfortunately, Scry goes down as well. Things are not looking that good for the players of godlike Stalwart. Dax so far, though, the positioning they had, they're still able to capitalize on it.
Let's see where this game is going to go, though. 10 teams, 34 players remaining. An amazing nade from Apex is going to result in Prabeen from the side of High Voltage being the last player surviving for a team. And he's not going to survive for long. Leo runs up to the ridge, finishes him off, and then goes back inside the cover. On the other side, T2K versus DE. Another big fight breaking out. On our screens, though, we have the Warriors just sneaking around this broken wall, trying to see if he can spot out Kise from the side of Seal Esports, and he does see him, in fact. They get the point for the finish as well, but that was the first elimination that was secured by the players of the Warriors, and in an instant, they get a few more, I guess, as Seal Esports are shown the exit from the lobby, but it was because of the players of A1 and B, by the way, who have gone on to secure a lot of extra points from that collision. Dax are going to fall next, I guess, as MABETEX have an opening. Paragod on his knees. 3 players hiding in the factory in the back lines. Now, Wally with the nade. I don't think the distance is going to be good. He does manage to secure the finish on Paragod. But it's only going to bring down the numbers to a 3v4 situation in the favor of MABETEX. Also, look at this. Talk about trouble and it shows up. Godlike Stalwart on the flank.
The circle actually shifts completely on the left side too.
Yeah.
Favoring the players of Dax and Godlike Stalwart. So for now, these two teams are safe, but I would still say Godlike Stalwart's positioning is not that safe, so they shouldn't peek their heads out just yet. Should try to keep those heads tucked in. DEW, on the other hand, they will now need to battle their way in, and that's what they're exactly trying to do. The circle did sort of shift away from them, but they're finally, slowly and steadily looking to breach inside. Raw might just be the biggest threat here for them, and they do want to take care of that threat first and then maybe try and think of moving in. But other teams now do want a little bit of area control of that one. But are the players of DE Warriors going to let that happen? A1NB against the players of Deadeye Skies, and they're already finding the openings. A1NB so far, the firepower is looking pretty great. They have kept themselves down, but now it's time to unleash all the firepower on the enemy team, and that's what they're exactly doing. The wrath of A1 Esports does seem quite difficult to deal with, especially for the players of Deadeye Skies, but Deadeye Skies reply back even stronger.
Oh my goodness, it is looking quite impressive. The players from the side of both DE and the Warriors are doing quite well for themselves in this particular game. Look at that, Hitman had the back of Nirzed but fails to connect the shots, and Nirzed is going to punish him quite brutally for that. Just turns around, shoots him in the face and walks away. East on the other side trying to deal with Slipknot, a nade being lobbed towards the player of Raw Official, not connecting, allowing them to survive for a few extra moments. But that wasn't just one nade. They are just going for a complete artillery strike to finish off this one individual.
Yeah, that's a lot of utilities being wasted just in that one single man. I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of that one. Instead, DEW could have just tried to push on up and also make sure that the entire sideline's going to be cleared. But DEW, they instantly switched their targets on the enemy team, not really tunnel visioning. Chari goes down. He's going to be the casualty of this one. This leaves the players of Deadeye Skies with only a 2-man squad. Considering it's only the one last man alive, Joker now needs to keep himself anonymous. If he does give the sound cues away, of course, that might just be it and done and deal for him. Now, a lot of teams are starting to close on up. Even the players of DEW are starting to catch themselves in a big trouble. Nirzed was knocked out, but now is instantly back up on his feet. T2K as well is on a big struggling spree here. Dax, with only 2 players left alive, a team that was looking really good inside the circle. Somehow, they got dismantled as well. But DEW, they're looking strong as ever before.
Yeah. It's the same team that everyone was afraid of during the second week of the league stages, but it's not just them. Godlike Stalwart are still here. They're still in this game. Look at that. DE Warriors dealing with the players of Raw Official, showing them the exit of the lobby. 6 teams, 13 players remaining. DE Warriors with all 4 players still alive in this game. The only team that can stop them now are the players from Godlike Stalwart, but I don't think that's going to happen since DE Warriors, they have forced their way into the zone necro. They have the high ground. The only team, the only way they lose if the zone moves towards where the players of MABETEX are. If the zone is going to be out in the open, this game is going in the hands of DE Warriors.
They definitely do have quite a beautiful ridge to play with. And what is that push? Godlike Stalwart, you guys need to take care of your left flanks. and they forgot to do so. The right lines were completely left unchecked, and that's what the players of DEW took a complete advantage of. The smoke pathway was not enough to safeguard them. And now it's going to be a complete annihilation of that squad. Quite a harmful push from the side of Godlike Stalwart to try and pull something off, and even Scry does the same thing. Has nowhere to go, and he will be shut down eventually. Godlike Stalwart out the fray. It seems like the stars are aligned for the players of DEW.
Oh!
MABETEX as well. Oh, nice shot from the side of him. But Wally is the only man to go, and it shouldn't be tough, or it shouldn't be difficult at all to take that last man down. An easy clap game for the players of DEW.
Yeah, 14 eliminations in this match. A wonderful, wonderful performance. I know it says 13 right now, but trust me, by the time game ends, it is going to be 14. There it is, the 14th finish, and the game is done and dusted. DE Warriors walking away with an impressive win in the first game of the day. 29 points secured in total, and that brings them to the top 2 of this week's ranking. Now, impressive performance. And surprising in the fact that yesterday they were not really having a great day. The best finish they had was a 4th place finish with 5 eliminations to their name. But this time around, I think they played to their strengths. They were constantly running into those 4v4 situations in the early stages, putting up a lot of pressure on the opposition. And I think that is where the players from DE Warriors thrive. That is where they thrive, in fact. When it is up to them to go for the pushes, when they are the ones controlling the momentum, the pace of the team fight, and not the other way around. If it happens the other way around, they just get taken out. They lose 2 players at least.
I mean, unfortunately, the players of Godlike Stalwart just ran out of smokes, and yeah nothing could be done for them. Only had 3 smokes, if I'm not wrong, in the try to utilize it all in that scenario, but still little gap was left unchecked and open, and that's where the players of DEW knew that there's a big room for error. And that's what they completely punished the players of Godlike Stalwart with. But again, DEW, an absolute annihilation from their side. They were just the cleanup crew of the lobby. They started to clean up completely from the bottom side, from the southern side, and just went on ahead. But we also saw a lot of fights being challenged from the side of Skylightz Gaming themselves. We'll talk about that after a short break.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And ladies and gentlemen, I think with the way the first game has ended, we are going to be in for a treat now. The Warriors are making an impressive comeback today, it looks like, and so is Godlike Stalwart.
And I'm up for it. I'm loving how the overall rankings are going to be looking like after this sort of a performance, because we already saw DEW pushing up on the 2nd spot in the overall league standings. That means DRS once again has been pushed down, but Godlike Stalwart are still at the top. That cushion is helping them a lot, but today that cushion might just fade away.
Yeah, I think that it is going to be a possibility that the cushion just goes away today. But this was an impressive matchup between the 2 teams. In fact, T2K also did really well for themselves in this particular game. So now I have a lot to look forward to at the end of the day. Because if this is how things are going to go, then the rankings for this week, and not just this week, the overall leaderboard is going to become a little bit more interesting. But moving forward from our MVP, which was East, we do have the player focus on our screens right now. And as you guys can see, their action is going to be there with 5 eliminations to his name, 790 damage dished out. Sinister on the 3rd from A1NB. A1NB were doing really well as well. We saw T2K finished in the top 3 by the way as well, so that was also an impressive performance. Nirzed and Sneak are going to be there from the side of DE Warriors in the top players list as well, with 4 and 3 eliminations to each of them respectively. So DE Warriors, I think we keep seeing these high fragging games again and again every single week for them. I think the only thing that's left Necro right now for us to witness from the side of DE Warriors is their finale run.
And hopefully it's not the similar story of Seal. Hopefully.
Oh, why would you bring
Because-
that up?
I mean, come on, Johnny. We know this, right? Seal does exceptionally well inside the league stages, and then when the grand finals come, that's when Seal really does struggle. Hopefully it's not the similar type of storyline with the players of DEW as well, because as I said, Godlike Stalwart and a lot of teams, even teams like IT, will try to reveal their true colors inside the grand finals, which they probably have prepared in the backlines once a while. So they need to be prepared for even more intense lobbies. They need to be prepared for even more strategical approaches from these side of teams, because even inside the grand finals, you see Godlike Stalwart themselves approaching the game with a little bit of more maturity.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with that kind of. They have matured in the sense that in certain scenarios we would never see them patiently wait, like in a situation like this. It was a desperate moment for them in the final position where they were running out in the open because, well, no smokes on them. But other than that, I think their intentions of just always fighting and fighting and fighting and fighting, those have changed. But looking at the match rankings, we do see the 29 points in the hands of the Warriors, and following them, it is going to be the team of MABETEX walking away with 16 points. Then we have T2K with 15, Stalwart, Godlike Stalwart there with 12 points. Dax finishing the game with 12 points to their name. But A1NB, now this is why I was enjoying the run of A1NB in this particular match. They might have just gotten that 1 placement point and dipped out early, but they also got those 7 elimination points for themselves. They were very aggressive in those team fights, just running after the teams that were right in front of them and not being shy to duke it out. That is how I want to see A1NB perform consistently.
I mean, A1NB, as I said, even during the cast, I mentioned this, their firepower has been looking really good. It has improved exceptionally. It has improved actually quite a lot compared to week 1.
Yeah.
What really is mattering, though, is how you make the entry inside the circle. Now, A1NB, when I say this, there might be a lot of people who might disagree with me. It's completely fine. You know, we're not sitting inside the boot camp with them. We're not really discussing their strategies, so we can't know what exactly is going on in their heads or in their coaches' heads or in their IGL's brain. But what we can try to do is figure it out and try to give our own judgments on that. So far, how A1NB looks like is when they really, especially I'm speaking of mid-phase to the late phase of the game. And when that does arrive, and if the players of A1NB, they don't really have the zone sort of supporting them, and when they really do need to make it inside the circle, they struggle a lot. And I think so you will agree with me on this one, Johnny. I mean, because making the rotation inside the circle, I'm speaking about those rotations, and sometimes those micro adjustments inside a fight is what they really struggle about. Their firepower is there. It's all we need is micro adjustment and positioning.
I mean, I completely agree with you on this, because we had the same conversation in, I believe, the second week of the league stages. We already had this conversation 2 weeks ago, and it was the same thing back then. We see them getting into those squad fights. We see them coming out on top in those 4v4s, but they struggle so much with their late game rotations when they have to figure out a way to get inside the zone, inch a bit closer every single second while they are taking part in those 4v4s. That is something that I think DE Warriors does very cleanly. That is something that teams like DRS High Voltage does that the cleanest, by the way. They have this, I don't know, their vision is so clear, their thought process is so clear that it's somehow always figured out a way of how to make it into the zone. Hence the consistent runs that we have seen from them in the past. But in order to do that as well, they do take a little bit of risky movements here and there. So that is something that I think can be avoided. But A1NB now do look extremely well prepared for the kind of matches that are headed towards them. And I think you might just see them walk to the final stage as well. But for now, looking at the rankings, I think this match did help DE, Deadice Guys, MABETEX, and A1NB take a few jumps up on the rankings. We saw a lot of changes on the first half of the leaderboard, but this was just the first game of the day. We have 4 more to go.
Exactly. 4 more to go, and anything can happen in those games too. So we cannot really just try and just guess the future at this point, because I said it, Dead Ice guys will do good or maybe potentially win the game as well. We did see them in that somewhere in those final situations too, but unfortunately they were not really able to shine through in those one. So hopefully in the upcoming games, today at least, they will shine through strong. With that being said, the second map is going to be played on Sanhok, and I'm really excited for this one, considering the fact that Group D is sitting out.
Well, it is going to make the situation, things a lot more interesting, but let's see how this is going to go. Group D sitting out means Dead Eyes guys, Godlike, Stalwart, Gremlin, Storm, and Janmara are not going to be there. But also means Group E is going to be returning to the party. So IHC, TRS, TRZ, Elementrix will all show up to play this particular game of Sanhok. Now, things do become interesting considering Janmara also have a pretty interesting way of playing Sanhok. They do like to start from the northeastern side of the map, and if the circle is going to be anywhere towards the western side, that is when we see those water rotation coming in, just like it happens on Erangel. If the zone moves towards the military island, that is what Janmara like to play with. But also, given the fact that TRZ is going to be there, I think we can expect a little bit of a early, sort of an early skirmish with them. Being close to Painan, I guess, is where they like to go somewhere. But on the other side, I want to see what, or in fact, how the players of A1NB can continue this momentum, because it is going to be so important for them to keep moving forward. We talked about them struggling, not just here, but also as far as the overall league leaderboard is considered. Janmara in a similar boat, not really doing too well for themselves in the league leaderboard. They also need to be consistent. The previous game was not really theirs.
Yeah.
And this one they're sitting out, so they will have to wait for the next one.
Yeah, but right now it's time to make the predictions, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
And Johnny, speaking of the predictions, I'm really feeling.
What are you
Actually,
feeling?
you go first.
No. You were feeling the moment, so you need to go first now.
I still need a little time to think about it. I'm not assured. I'm not sure if I should go with that team or not. So
Why?
You go first. I'm just not sure, man. Let me.
What are you
give me like
calculating?
give me like 2 or 3 more seconds. Listen, we need to try hard. The people on the other desk are catching up, and they've already overtaken us.
3. I just
You're
gave you 3
actually gonna
seconds.
count down. Listen.
Yeah.
Okay. You know what? I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go with DE Warriors once again, back to back. Get it?
Oh, you're hoping for a back-to-back win from DE Warriors. Well,
Yeah.
If you are going to go with DE Warriors, I think I'll go with High Voltage.
IHC? No. Okay.
High Voltage, yeah. Not IHC. I mean, IHC, they are going to be a solid pick, but I don't feel like they are just going to perform in the league stages. I think we will wait for the finals before we start predicting IHC. High Voltage on the other side, I mean, I'll just hope the circle is towards the Camp Alpha Island, because otherwise it does become quite tricky for them to rotate, be it towards the eastern part of the map or be it about coming down south. But if it is on Camp Alpha Island, then High Voltage's chances of walking away with a win, with a chicken dinner, they go up quite drastically. So there is going to be a possibility of that happening, considering we have been getting very weird circles since yesterday, and the flight paths are getting extremely weird as well.
Yeah, not just that. We saw quite a lot of funny moments yesterday, too. A lot of weird fights. And some of those, I'm pretty sure even the audience remembers. But let's not focus on that one. One weird fight, though. Okay, I said let's not focus, but one weird fight just popped up, and that happened inside Sanhok in the Painan City. And we saw an interesting push being made underneath the bridge of Painan. And I was like, wait, why is this man trying to pull that off? I'm like, I'm still not able to wrap my head around it. He tried to potentially maybe flank, but all by himself, and you only have 3 players alive. And that late inside a game, I personally think so. You should try and stick together.
I don't know what to say about that. I mean, it was just the other team being in a better position. I don't think anyone would have predicted that people are going to be sitting on rooftops like 7 houses down the row and just watching that particular bridge. So it was an honest mistake, but I do agree with you on the fact that, yeah, if you just all 4 players jump in together like that, all 4 of you are getting shot in the face. You have to leave a few players back as a backup. Yeah.
Have you ever heard this line? Expect the unexpected if you want to get better at a game.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you got to expect the unexpected.
I mean, I was saying, I mean, in a game, in the genre of Battle Royale, whoever wins is going to be the most paranoid person in the game.
Hmm. But
But
speaking
that's
of
also just my
paranoia,
theory.
already do see or do hear some shots being
Ooh.
taken, and inside boot camp, two teams clash. They realize the Kings are not here. The godlike stalwart is not here. So now they want to take over this entire throne. But two teams, unfortunately, are way too greedy for this one spot. So that means one of them has to go away. Which one is it going to be, MABETEX or Dax? Dax have already chipped off some damage onto themselves as Spikex have went down a bit low. But MABETEX too, they instantly push themselves in a defensive stance, and I see a DBS in the hands of Leo. Do not push, just exit. Dax, leave.
Don't push.
Just leave, just leave. Don't.
Make a prediction just for this fight, Necro. Let's do
Oh, it's
this.
MABETEX.
You think MABETEX is going to win?
What about you?
I'm going to go with Dax now.
Okay, let's see.
What do you guys think? Our lovely viewers, who do you think is going to survive boot camp between these
I
two
think
teams?
MABETEX has got this, without a doubt.
Why? I think they are going to back off. I don't think I've seen MABETEX force early fights ever.
Well, I personally think some MABETEX are really being paranoid, and they want to take this fight. Look at them. They're not backing off. They're just holding the lines.
Oh, Leo is in such a perfect position to finish off Paragod. Look at this.
He is, but does he know that he's over here? I don't think Paragod is visible out of that one, but one thing that is visible for me is that cute little kitty.
So I think what is going to happen is Paragod is going to see Baron or Apex through the windows. He's going to get up to take a few shots,
Dude,
and
it's
then
so
Leo
cute.
is just going to shoot him in the face.
Oh my god, it's so cute, man.
It's chasing a butterfly. It was jumping after a small little butterfly right there. Oh my god.
Yeah, man. Oh my god, it's so cute, dude.
It's wearing a little jacket as well.
It is actually so cute.
Jacket has bunny ears. My god.
It's a cute little cat. I love cats. What about you guys? Let me know in the chat. What do you guys love? Are you a dog person or a cat person? Let me know in the chat. What about you, Johnny? Are you a dog person or a cat person?
I just love animals in general, I guess.
So you basically... There's a lot of animals that humans don't usually love, Johnny. Are you sure? You love animals in general.
I mean, if I can keep it in my house, if I can keep it indoors, I'm okay with it.
What about a dinosaur? If they exist.
You know what? Having a dinosaur would actually be pretty awesome.
Yeah, when he would eat you.
Don't lie. Everyone at one point in their life had thought about owning a dinosaur. Oh, the DBS is out. Leo, he's pushing forward. Spike is going to go down. There it is. The magical gun. One pump and it's done.
The one pump match strikes once again, and as I told you, MABETEX shouldn't be a tough cleanup for them.
Yeah.
Yep, especially that DBS, man. When you do have that gun in your hand, you just get a different... You just feel different, you know? You don't feel like a normal human being at all. You feel like the gods of the lobby when you have that gun in your hand. No one can take you down. You are the immortal person.
Well, let's see though. Right now, there are two people remaining from the side of Dax. Assault in the trenches and struggled in the corner compound. Leo is going to try and see if he can finish off Assault, but Assault, he has an angle available. He takes him down. Now Wally's running forward with a Vector, and Assault is going to be dropped to his knees. But while all this is happening, Necro, Seal Esports are closing in from the rear. Or at least I hope they do, because this is the perfect time to go for a third party on the players of MABETEX and finish them off as well.
I mean, only Leo's knocked out, so I personally don't think some MABETEX are that hurt. And even getting Leo back up on his feet is not going to be that big of a deal. But you spoke about Seal, and they just find themselves inside a different trouble. Seal in a complete another fight against the players of Raw, and so far, Raw, they have lost out on a player completely. Spooky's knocked out as well, but if Liquid is able to capitalize on this one, if the frag grenade just rolls up perfectly around the corner, this might just seal the deal and neutralize things, but no! The grenade misses, and Zake might just have another opportunity to try and take the man down. But where is the cavalry? Seal is not able to close on up inside this entire fight. Raw, Liquid, on the other hand, he is trying his best, though. to confirm the fallen man. Next, another nade comes in, and why are the nades so inaccurate? Where is the precision? Liquid's nades have been so inconsistent.
Oh.
Finally, one nade tossed in, that's gonna chip out a bit of damage, but if that nade was tossed in a while ago, like a second before, it could have been a complete different story. But as soon as I say that, another perfect nade sails in as Zake goes down. The trades are there. It is happening back and forth, but finally now the player of Raw instantly realizes that he found a knockout. Now it's his time to just book away and try and fall back. The cover fire's there, but that's not going to save him anytime soon.
What a hilarious situation. Liquid just put himself in. As you mentioned, Negro wasted so much utility and so much time on just trying to take care of Zeke and Casey and Spooky, but he wasn't really able to accomplish anything. And by the time he realized, oh, the backup, the other players from the side of Seal Esports are coming, it was a little too late for him to survive. So Raw are now going to be down 2 players, only Sus and Smokey remaining, and they're not too far away from where their teammates went down. They will have to be extremely careful. Also, as we talked about earlier, in the bootcamp situation, Dax have fallen, and MABETEX, they reign supreme. All 4 players still surviving. And since they are going to be inside the zone for the next few moments, I don't think they have to go anywhere. In fact, Elementrix are trying to move in towards bootcamp next.
Airdrop 1's going to be on the board, and AUG once again. Today, first airdrop has just been the AUGs, huh?
Yeah.
Not really a favorite weapon off the players, but I mean, if you do go for an airdrop, might as well just pick it, right? Of course, it's a good weapon. With a level 3 vest and level 3 helmet, of course, the upgrades if the teams do want to go for it. But right now, it seems like in no man's land. No one seems to be even close to that one. And I do see the players of Skylightz Gaming and T2K sort of moving pretty close to each other. 2 players on the side of T2K and 2 players from the side of Skylightz Gaming, while the other 2 are way too far away. T2K, this is not an organized push at all. They're so spread out, and this might just lead to their demise.
Let's see, though, where the next zone is going to move. Also, how do the Warriors plan on crossing that river? Look at this. Elementrix eyes all set on their targets. The position of bootcamp. B-Shawl now. Just getting a lot of information. Trying to, at least, from the top of this house. Seeing if we can spot out the bodies that are moving inside. Well, the other players from his team, they're just going to be covering his back, making sure the rear is going to be clear. Also, kind of a surprise that Painon is abandoned already. There's not a single team present in that position. But look at this, Lucifer from Seal Esports, it looks like, has taken a lot of damage from the distance. It's going to be extremely low. Starts putting up those bandages to get his HP up. Makes sense. Has only 1 first aid on him as of now. And first aid, it seems like the most important thing on Sanhok these days, because the heal battle meta is still on. Oh, Baron sees Lucifer, and he barely manages to survive.
Baron just scouting out on top of the hill. Of course, Seal is quite hurt, and that's why they're just being let down. On the other hand, T2K, they just lost out on a man. As soon as I said, even this fight, I saw it coming. T2K not having a great start for themselves. All the time, they just seem so unorganized. The IGL is definitely struggling. Ansh was right. Yeah. You can clearly do see. Nothing seems planned over here, but 2 airdrops right next to each other. As inside the 3rd airdrop, it's going to be the AWM with the upgrades, of course, and a ghillie suit. Ghillie suit can be really helpful on this map.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a nightmare.
Imagine a DBS and a ghillie suit, and you're just prone in the grass. Oh, in the last circle, or in the final few circles.
A 1v1 towards, I would say, either Bahan or the query area. And then you have a ghillie suit. Ooh, it's gonna be so fun. But
speak of
you know what's
fun.
fun? Yes,
Yeah,
fights.
fights, and right now one of them is actually happening. Raw versus the player of Elementrix, and Yutauta is all by himself, but the cavalry has arrived. All the three players instantly just ramming their vehicles on that compound, but they completely ignore one player that was in the clotheslines, and it's going to be Smokey, and Smokey is just pressuring them. He is making it hurt as much as possible. Smokey has already dealt a lot of damage. Two players being knocked out. Raw, but they get shot at from somewhere else. It's a complete different third party. It's MABETEX from Boot Camp. And oh, the third party will shut down the man in the clothes. But this could have been an interesting fight. There was a chance that he could have won this entire scenario.
Yeah, I mean, the possibility was going to be there, but Elementrix, I think, are going to be the happier bunch. Since they haven't lost the players, the revives are going to come in on the lads, and they're going to be back on their feet soon. So 2 teams out of the lobby right now, 14 teams still remaining, 54 players still alive. And MABETEX, it seems like, are just reaping the rewards of the earlier collision against the players of DAX. And also the fact that the zone it's right on top of them, so they don't really have to worry about stepping out from their cover or worry about lacking points because of lack of eliminations. They are in a very good position as far as the macro of the game is considered. DRS on the other side, they're the last ones to enter the zone. Well, right behind them are going to be the players of IHC. Not exactly right behind them, but in terms of the timing of the rotation, DRS were the second last ones. IHC is going to enter the zone next. And there are clusters right in front of both these two teams, so it's not going to be easy for them to go for the center control. But look at this. It looks like Fragboy has been waiting here for a while now, because T2K, they are running in blind, and Fragboy, he starts shooting. Sandesh is going to be knocked out, but has to go for a finish right now. You can't really heat up. He takes down one more. What a moment. The DBS going big in the hands of Fragboy, but then Legend shows up, and I think T2K, they have enough time to go for both these revives, be back with 3 players again, and then go for a 3v3 against VENOM Legends.
Oh boy. That could have been close. Luckily, he was down at just 1 HP, so Legend was able to capitalize on that. Imagine if he had more HP than that. Could have been just Dunzo at that point, because all you need to do is pump up even once and get the second man down too. The Legend played that perfectly, but at the same time baited another one of his teammates out. VENOM Legends, they've already heard all the chaos that was going on in the front, so they've now decided to close on up. The cavalry is a little too late, but there's a chance they can try and take the revenge. There's a chance they can try and completely shut down this team, because right now T2K is definitely in a big deadlock. VENOM Legends, without a doubt, have a massive positional advantage. 2 players in the front, 1 player's in the back, inside the houses. So VENOM Legends, a lot of things are quite doable. The next circle shifts up, and it's going to actually center on up too, so a lot of teams will not find themselves outside their comfort zone.
Well, let's see, though, there's still a lot of water involved. But that is going to give a little bit of a breathing room to the players of the Warriors at high voltage, who are still on the Camp Alpha Island. A1NB have utilized their opportunity and crossed over to the main island already. There's a massive cluster of teams moving towards the boot camp area, so MABETEX are going to start feeling the heat in a few short moments. Elementrix have to be extremely careful, though. They have the players of Skylightz Esports on the high ground right in front, and they have WIZZES Club closing in from the rear. So there is an opportunity for them to be sandwiched, but look at this. Doc from the side of DE Warriors. Yeah, there's a lot of commotion right on the other side of the ridge, caused by the players of high voltage. Assassin is looking in the other direction, is looking on the other side of the river. But there's a man right next to him.
Yeah, Doc. And right now, Doc is just prone around the rock. 1952, though. They have really closed on up on a big threat here. WIZZES Club. They are split up in a 2-2 fashion. And now look at DEW. They wait for the right moment to strike, but still Doc somehow messes it up, but it eventually finds the knockout on the second peak. The rest two players are just trying to keep him suppressed down with a constant supply of bullets. The Macs are definitely being loaded in his direction, but DEW are just way too mobile. They're just so quick on their feet, able to reposition themselves pretty well inside a fight. And they're finally able to shut down another man too. This leaves the players of High Voltage in a big state of discomfort. That means now Jiggle will need to try and pull something off as an IGL. Assassin 2 is there. We know what Assassin's capable of as well. One of the best assaulters inside the lobby. He will try his best to try and clutch it out, but definitely it's going to be quite difficult, especially you have 4 wolves just chasing you down. And now they're also getting third party from the back lines. This is going to make things even more difficult for both these teams. Doc gets confirmed. Jiggle will have the confirmation flown in his account, but another nade sails in, and this will catch Sneaks as well. High Voltage, they're clawing their way back inside this fight. They might just break through the deadlock.
Yeah, the confidence of the Warriors backfiring upon them as the third party from the other side wasn't enough. High Voltage used the opportunity to readjust themselves. Assassin fallbacks, and now it is going to be Jiggle charging forward towards East, hiding behind the tree. Shots fired, and there he goes. High Voltage, ladies and gentlemen, they lose 2, but they take down the entire team on the other side. What an amazing fight between the two squads. That is how a 4v4 should take place. But now you have to worry about DRS on the other side of the river.
Skylightz Gaming and TRZ right next to each other. And even IHC is in the clotheslines. It's a complete trifecta of death. I'm loving how Skylightz Gaming is playing, though. Even though Mafia Ninja is really spread out, but he's keeping his position anonymous. And as long as his position's unknown, they're good to go. Mafia Ninja is able to wrap up a lot of info on the players of IHC. And that information is going to mean so much for them. On the other hand, TRZ, they have one man on top of this entire area. So that means they have noted down every single movement that the players of Skylightz Gaming are trying to make. Every single reposition they will make. The foot kills will be heard. TRZ, they aren't going to be the first one to make the move. Instead, they're going to let the players of Skylightz Gaming slip themselves into a mistake. But is that really going to happen, though? Skylightz Gaming as well, they themselves are just sticking together. All the 4 players are clearing houses after houses. They're clearing areas together. I love the passive nature from both these teams, but especially TRZ. They're not even moving an inch, but at the same time, TRZ, they're spread out pretty well, but they need to look at the back as well. As soon as the positions given away from the players of TRZ, IHC will instantly try to keep the pedal to the metal and try to shut these players down.
Oh, Tomek going for an adrenaline shot right there on the rooftop. Definitely adrenaline is going to be spiked up based on how this match is going. Mad Cat. Looks like TRZ are just going to run into the trap being laid out by the players of IHC. Alex drawing all the attention on him while Zeol is going to try and go for the flag. IHC chiming in from the rear, but Zeol finding the opening. Takes the first man down, gets knocked out with a nade that was lobbed by Mad Cat. Now IHC and Alex, they're going to try and close in towards their teammate, but this is not it. From the rear, the third party arrives. Skylightz Gaming tried to close their way in, force their way in fact, but they are getting shot in the back as well. Alex is extremely low. Rare, he sees him, almost takes him down. This is the end. IHC, 3 players done and dusted. TRZ doing a brilliant job, taking down one of the best teams in the lobby.
How did IHC just fall for that?
I have no idea. TRZ ran in blind. And still, they managed to destroy IHC like that. Wow.
It is so hard to believe that a team like IHC just literally got dismantled by that move. Sanchir is trying his best to fight back, though. I mean, he's the only man. I'm not going to expect a lot of things from a lone soldier, especially that he's quite hurt, too. And now he's going to get surrounded from both directions. Sanchir cannot do anything. TRZ, a perfect execution. As you mentioned, on one of the best teams inside the lobby, a team who has the best firepower. And they were being dealt with like a piece of cake by TRZ, as now we have T2K in a big world of trouble. Jane out in the open. The only Rock is going to be the savior, but T2K, they need to make it inside the circle as well, because I'm not sure if they have a lot of meds to try and tank the damage. And this leaves Jane now all by himself. T2K, somehow, they're just not able to find a good rotation inside the circles. They're just being caught off guard.
It's going to get tougher and tougher for them as they move forward. Jane, last player surviving, close to the blue zone. Ooh, from the distance, A1NB getting that point for themselves. They're going to be happy about that. But 10 teams remain, 34 players still alive. Zone quite close to where the entire Paradise Resort fiasco went down. So Skylightz Gaming is so close to the zone along with the players of 1952, the last surviving players of VENOM Legends. But on the other side, DRS, they go on to destroy the players of A1NB. A few extra points secured by them. Both the teams are going to try and push themselves towards the zone. Skylightz Gaming on the other side struggling under the pressure that they're being put under by the players of TRZ. MadCat is extremely low and Nima fails to hit the shots while he was dropping down, but finally connects. But MadCat wasn't alone. Mamba is right there with him. Mamba does not have any HP. Nima is putting on a fair state, runs forward with the DBS, switching the weapons. The distance is now just perfect, and as soon as he goes left, he makes sure that the opposition leaves the lobby as well.
Of course, the bullets of pain are just going to shred him apart. As Skylightz Gaming, both of these players are just struggling for their lives. Nemo will finally go for a res on the one. And luckily they're inside the circle too, so they don't have to worry for the blue for a while. Elementrix against the players of WIZZES Club, and look at Kivate, he's in the back. Still unknown inside the blue. And WIZZES Club, they are trying to find that man from the side of Elementrix, but even Elementrix, the spread they have is quite interesting. And that's why the players of WIZZES Club somewhat or somehow are going to take an advantage of that fact. So WIZZES Club, they're finally slowly and steadily getting the grip back inside the game. It did seem like things were quite grim for them. On the other hand, Skylightz Gaming once again now getting charged down. But the players of 1952, their troubles are just not ending for this team.
So we are in the top 7, 17 players alive. Skylightz Gaming are forced to go bye-bye. And back to the lobby. 1952 might be next as one of the players did get finished up. Finally, entry and Jax, 2 players still left standing. And they have an easy entry towards the zone. But look at this, inside the center of the circle. Well, close to the center of the circle, we have A1 and B. 3 players surrounded by the entirety of Seal Esports. Now, Zeke and Spooky, it seems like, have been left to just keep an eye on these compounds because Seal Esports are aware of the fact that A1 Esports is hiding inside. And they do not want to let them go anywhere. On the other side, the WIZZES Club up against the players of 1952. Players traded out from either side. Kuwait is going to go down as VENOM Legends chime in with a third party of their own. But Octopus, he's still left standing, has a little bit of HP on him. I believe he's going for a heal battle. Domain as well in the distance.
Yeah. And Seal so far, they're safe.
Yeah.
They're in a good spot and they're chilling. VENOM Legends is all the way on the edge too, and the next circle pops up, shifts up a bit north, kind of favoring the team on the high ground. A1NB still inside the circle though. The circle is fairly divided between the low ground and the high ground. So A1NB can definitely try and stay safe now. But for a team like Seal, they will need to battle their way out. They will need to fight against VENOM Legends to get a good spot, or either A1 Esports. And I would say VENOM Legends would be an easier option. Going for A1NB will be quite tougher to try and clean all those houses one after the other. And then find those players and take them down. But Seal, as they've already found one player from the side of VENOM Legends, it was Susan. Was being chipped down to half HP, but they're not able to find the knockout. They're not able to find the opening that they really need. And this will keep the situation just going for now.
Let's see, the Seal have a clear numbers advantage in this final situation, but even with the 4v3, I think A1 and B do stand a chance of still winning this game, but Seal Esports just being a little bit quicker on their feet, and also the fact that they were already outside the compound do in fact run towards the high ground to try and finish off the players of VENOM Legends and take this control away from them, deny them the win of this game. It's a 4v2 situation for the players of VENOM Legends. If A1 and B chime in from the flank with the utility, then maybe things can change, but the possibility of that happening are extremely low. Gangster on the other side has a nade in his hand, lobs it towards Domain. It's going to be extremely close. And in fact, it was one from A1NB that finishes off the main. So the point goes to the players of A1 over there. But Zeke, Zeke, he's so close to the opposition. Choosing, still survives Zeke! What a mistake! How can you mess that up? That was point blank.
Well, somehow he did. I think so. He just took the shots completely in the flank. He thought. I think so. He completely just relied on his audio cues over there, and now Seal are just getting dismantled one after the other. Venom Legends just doing light work on top of the players of Seal, and now A1NB are going to be the biggest thorn in their way to secure this chicken dinner. Or are A1NB going to take this one home? We will be able to find out in a matter of seconds. Gangsta outside the circle, just going for heals because he saw the players in the front. Couldn't really pop his head out and go for the heals. But anyway, Susan will try to strike, but he cannot do anything. Only finds one, but that's even a knockout. Not able to get the confirmation flowing. A1NB in Sanhok, they secure a chicken dinner with 6 elimination points and 21 points in total.
Well, I mean, all right, congratulations to A1NB. That was an impressive win. Just being quite patient with when they wanted to exit the house and finish off Venom Legends. But how? What was Seal Esports up to, and what did Susan just take?
They just messed up. As soon as the first man get knocked out right there, I think so he completely relied on his audio cues, and that's why he got kind of messed up. He probably heard someone crawling really close to him. He thought that, oh, maybe someone's inside the bush. So he was spraying the bush, not the man. And while spraying the bush, he did find a couple of hit markers. So he thought maybe I should keep on spraying, but he wasn't exactly in the bush. He was on the other side of the bush, a little bit on a downslope. And that's where he got the advantage.
Yeah, I think Susan just killed the entire team of Seal Esports. I think it just 1v4'd them. All right, no. I was just checking something. Gangster was the man who took down the last player, Kise, but Susan took down the other 3 all by himself. Yeah.
Just an absolute incredible moment. It just happened, and it was so shocking too, man. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we'll keep the conversation flowing right after this short break.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022. I guess I need to move as well, just like Susan did in that fight to be able to clutch this out. But yeah, this event is brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. My name is Super Johnny. That is Necro right there. And we were doing a little bit of an investigation as to what exactly happened in that 2v4 situation between Seal Esports and the players of Venom Legends. And apparently what happened was that when Zeke started to shoot on Susan, even though it was point blank range, this is how much this game can put an impact on small little things, right? The moment he started to shoot, I think 1 or 2 bullets connected on Susan, and then the crosshair just moved slightly up, so the rest of the shots just missed Susan completely. And then he just turns around and shoots Zeke in the face. But this man does deserve an MVP for that. It was impressive.
But Seal, man, that choke. I even mentioned this during the cast. I said it. Taking down A1NB is going to be way tougher compared to taking down Venom Legends.
Yeah.
But they still somehow messed it up. And Susan, man, oh man, I would say that initial knockout, that first knockout that was being found in the player's Seal, that was it right there. That man should not have went down, the man who was in the front. As soon as he went down, the entire player of Seal was just completely like a scattered pieces all over the board. And they didn't exactly know. They were just in like complete panic mode. And they just started taking fights in a way much more unorganized way, and they just then they just started falling one after the other. They were not really able to find those snakes inside the grass, and this is where Susan just took a big advantage of that fact.
But here's the thing, though, right? Even if they entry the first player as he goes down, as soon as he goes down, he is gonna spamming that position where Susan is going to be. The other lads, they have multitudes of options. They can all shoot at the same point, or they can lob a little bit of utility in that direction. Molotov would have done the trick. But no, they just kept running forward, trying to force the gunfight, and that did not really work out. I think kudos to the other lad, kudos to Gangster as well, so for being such a amazing support and such an amazing teammate to Susan in that point. But these two lads, I mean, the adrenaline rush at that point is just going to be on a whole other level. But kudos to A1NB, 21 points secured by A1NB, by the way, the silent killers of this game. Just stayed hidden, waited for their opportunity, waited for their time, and walked away with 21 points in total.
I mean, I really want to speak about the last fight once again.
Yeah.
And I would say VENOM Legends, they had a really good crossfire setup. They both were... They had a little bit of distance between them.
They would have fallen to one nade together. They
yeah, they could have. They would have. They would have. But that late in the game, I don't think so the players of Seal had any sort of utilities left anyways. So... Yeah. I think so that's what the players of VENOM Legends exactly could have realized, or I'm not sure if that spread was intentional, but that crossfire was really good. And then as soon as I said, as soon as the first man fell down, the rest three players stood up. They were not prone anymore. They stood up and they started running straight to it because they knew there's only two players in the front. They have three. They clearly have the man advantage here. But it still didn't work out because the crossfire was way too strong, and both those players were doing a lot of damage, and Susan was doing most of the work over there. But this is how the starting fight really went down. DBS, of course, just doing wonders in those ranges. Then you have Raw Officials fight that we witnessed, where Smokey tried his best to try and clutch this one back, but he unfortunately couldn't because he got shot at all the way from boot camp by the players of MABETEX.
I mean, Raw Official made a lot of mistakes in this game. Even
this right here.
Picks, yeah.
Look at that. So let me tell you what exactly happened there. Yeah, that was the first pick right there. And let me tell you what exactly happened. He thought that the player was inside the bush, so he spammed the bush. But you see there was like a little downhill curve. He heard, I think so, from what I don't exactly know what was going on screen.
Had he actually put his crosshair down, you know he would have gotten the hits, right? Susan
if he would have. But that downhill curve from that hill, it actually saved his life. Susan's life.
Yeah, Susan just turned right instantly and started shooting.
I would say, that first man from Seal, he shouldn't have taken any shots just off of the audio cues.
I'm not even going to blame Zeke for this, because even if Zeke went down, it's still a 3v2 situation. They still need to come out on top. You have the numbers. It's just two players,
true,
and both of them are down on 50% HP. How do you lose that fight?
As I said, just a perfect... They had a perfect crossfire setup, and the players of Seal just walked into it like headless chickens.
All right, that was just a moment. Like, let's just leave it at that. That was just a moment. Bad play, and kudos to VENOM Legends. They played it out perfectly. Anyone wants to say, I think that has to be the 2v2 of this week, 2v4 clutch of this week. I mean, it was very, very good. But that was it. That was the game, done and dusted. Whatever happened, happened. Now you need to think about the next one. Necrocus, the next map that's going to be played is going to be the map of Miramar. And Skylightz Esports, they get an opportunity to take a breather because Group C is not going to be playing in the game. So High Voltage, MABETEX, DAX, and Skylightz Esports will be sitting out. Group D is returning to the party, by the way. DE, Godlike, Stalwart, Gremlin, Storm, and Janmara are going to be back. Second Miramar for Godlike, Stalwart. They missed out on the first one. They barely missed out on the first one because they did not have utility.
I mean, does that really count, though? They still had a fair shot to try and pull something off.
Yeah.
But maybe, you know, inside this PMPL, there's always been one thing with the players of Godlike Stalwart, that they're not really able to open the day off with a chicken dinner. So maybe on this second Miramar, they can potentially pull off a chicken dinner. There's definitely a chance right there. On the other hand, my eyes are actually going to be on the players of IT too, because IT and T2K, these are the two teams inside this week. I want to see them amp up the pace even more. I mean, IT, it's more kind of being like inconsistent, but the only reason I'm saying inconsistent is because yeah, even if they're on the bottom half of the board, all they need to do is just win one game, and that's what they exactly do. One game with insane amount of points, and then IT's all the way on the top 5 anyways. But that is still not consistent, and I would say that sort of a mentality or that sort of play style is not going to help them secure the grand finals in their pockets. But again, grand finals, that's going to be a whole nother story. As I mentioned, it's going to be a whole nother rodeo. But for now, Johnny, it's time for us to make the predictions, and you know what? I'm going to let you go first.
Yeah, I would just go with Godlike Starward for this one.
Yeah,
I think.
Of course.
The previous match, the previous run on Miramar, it was quite decent, and I think today they look a little bit better than yesterday. Just the fact, two things: the Warriors were doing pretty well in the previous Miramar, so their win was pretty justified. Along with that, I think Godlike Stalwart, just the fact that they had to go for that open push without any utility, was that pretty much guaranteed them taking an exit before the Warriors. So this particular game, hopefully things go their way, but whatever happens, only time will tell. What about you, though? What's your pick for this game?
It's really tough to say considering you already picked up Godlike Stalwart. So I will go with DRS Gaming. I think so.
All right.
DRS can try and pull something off here because yesterday they had 2 chicken dinners, right? So, and also back-to-back chicken dinners. So maybe today DRS can at least try and pull one off because from what I know, DRS, they had the first chicken dinner they had yesterday, they had a lot of elimination points, but the second chicken dinner that they had, they didn't really have a lot of elimination points to back it up. So even at the end of the day, they were not in the first spot. They were on the second spot to end things off. So I would say the momentum has already faded away. So now it's time for them to construct the momentum back.
I think DRS can actually walk away with this game. And I think DRS, their priority is, well, not really to win games, but to finish in the top 3 as consistently as possible, because that gives them a lot of consistent points, not just placement, but eliminations as well. Sometimes you do mistakes just trying to close out the entire match, and you end up taking an exit a little bit earlier. DRS, they make sure those elimination numbers are going to be there before they actually even think about making it to the late game stages. And that has allowed them to catch up to Godlike Stalwart in terms of league rankings quite quickly as well. So I think they will stick to their tried and tested strategies, and I think at the end of maybe day number 3, day number 4, already Godlike Stalwart are going to be toppled up. If we are lucky enough, we're going to see DRS on the first, or DE Warriors on the first in terms of the league rankings at the end of today.
We can. There's a lot of possibilities, man. Look, and I personally expected on day 2 to for those teams that do like to be on the top, teams like ITC, teams like Godlike Stalwart, to be back there on the top, DEW as well. And DEW has done so. They are probably inside the top 5, even inside this game. So again, they have already made the comeback. I'm still waiting for teams like Godlike Stalwart to establish some dominance. I'm still waiting for ITC to establish some dominance. I'm still waiting for a team like Deadeye's guys to get back in form. T2K, on the other hand, it's been a complete different story. They're not looking like the T2K that we saw inside first week, or they are not looking like the T2K that we saw in the previous PMPLs anymore, because they are making a lot of rookie mistakes, and I know there's going to be a lot of people disagreeing with me on this, but you can clearly go and analyze the gameplay and the way they're trying to rotate inside the circle. It's just they're finding themselves in some of the most trickiest spots possible, and this is not the T2K we're accustomed to seeing.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think this is not what we expected. I'm pretty sure it's not what you guys expected as well. No one thought this is where we are going to see T2K. But I think, Necro, one thing we have to be sure about is, at least in the for previous few matches, we are seeing those few little signs of life. The few individual fights, the individual moments of brilliance from the players are there. So it's not all done and dusted. T2K, they haven't quit. Their fighting spirits are still pretty strong. But hopefully they kick in before we reach the finals. Otherwise, it's going to be a troublesome situation for them. But ladies and gentlemen, the flight path in front of us right now, and it looks like Miramar this time around as well. It's going to be a completely southern flight path, starting from the western side of the map, going all the way towards Puerto Paracia. Let's see where the zone is going to be, though.
Completely plain flat path that's just tilted on the bottom. So again, we might see some early collisions over here. Hacienda del Patron and even San Martin is going to be quite tough to reach out, so that means Godlike Stalwart should have a bit of struggle in this game too. They will either drop halfway and probably get the vehicles back in their court, and then maybe rotate all the way towards Hacienda del Patron, and that's what it seems like they're doing too. But look at where they've ejected out, Johnny. They've ejected out halfway in the plane fly path near Picado, so I don't exactly know what the game plan is looking like for this team.
Well, let's see though how this is gonna go. And we do have 1952 headed towards the southern side, TRZ as well. I hope these two teams made towards the prison island. That's going to be so fun. But we do have the zone quite centered on the map. There might be a little bit of an early collision between Godlike Stalwart and the players of T2K, but I think both the teams are used to each other by now, so they know exactly how to avoid it as well. A1NB and WIZZES Club, peaceful neighbors of Los Leones, again close to each other. Raw this time around, I think we're not expecting anyone to drop towards them in quite close to El Pozo, but Skylightz Gaming just landing towards the northwestern edge of the city, picking up a few vehicles for themselves, and I think we all know they're going to head towards the Torre Muda or La Cobillera position. They do like to play from the northern parts of the map. So quite a standard start to Miramar. We're going to have another slow early game.
Just like we had in the previous one. That means podcast towers are going to be back, Johnny.
Oh,
Before podcast
I don't know
towers,
how
though.
the...
Mm-hmm.
Do you enjoy the podcast hours?
I mean, I do. But at this point, it's like, I've already talked to you so much. I don't know what exactly to talk to you about, you know?
Yeah. What do we talk about now?
I mean, I don't know, man. We've already talked about everything, man. We've talked about life. We've talked about animals. Everything's already done. But maybe what we can talk about is the chat.
All right. But chat does a lot of weird things.
That's a good thing to say about chat, I guess. Yeah, sometimes they do. They indeed do. But another
Yeah.
thing that is quite weird, or another team that is doing quite a lot of weird things over here, I would say it's the players of 1952 today.
Ooh.
Because today we aren't really seeing them like a well-organized team. Yesterday, 1952, we were able to see them in a bit of limelight, in a bit of spotlight all the time, but today, for some reason, that spotlight and that limelight has been missing.
Yeah. The momentum has slowed down a bit for them. But
Yeah,
I think they will be able to build it back up a little bit later in the day.
Are you sure, though?
Yeah. I think 1952, so here's the thing, right? They are not underperformers. I think 1952 do manage to stick around in the middle of the table every single time. That is where we have seen them be consistently like mid-tier, not anywhere below the top 16, outside the top 16 in terms of the overall ranking. They're going to manage to stay in a decent position somewhere between the 8th and the 15th position, not even being dead last as well. So they struggle when it comes to breaking into the top 5 and just sticking into the top 5. So I think it's just literally the top teams of the tournaments. The favorites are the ones who are able to consistently beat the players of 1952 in those 4v4s in some particular team fights. But other than that, I think 1952 do have a lot of potential in them.
I mean, speak of the potential right now, even Giant Mara is looking like a team that is impressing a lot of people. I mean, they kick things off on a great note, but so far they're not really able to live up to the expectations they built already off the bat. So not being able to live up to the expectations and stuff, this could be a big downfall for Giant Mara. I mean, already they are on a downhill slope. And then they're already showing up a little bit of glimmers of hope. And if they're not able to capitalize on that, if they're not really able to maintain the position they have currently, then this can really hurt them in the longer run. And as I say that, they are getting shot at in the back. They cannot afford to have an early casualty even inside this game. So Giant Mara try and play this one slow and safe.
I think everyone's going to be safe in this game for now. No one is close to each other. All the teams quite safe and sound in their own little safe havens that they've made for themselves from the distance. In fact, from the perspective of the players of Giant Mara in the distance, we did see the players of DE, Dead Eyes guys, but I don't think there's going to be a collision between the two teams. If either of them starts shooting, the other one is going to try and back off. Dead Eyes guys, they know pushing down this slope, it's going to be quite risky for them. So it shouldn't really be viable option, but now A1NB show up out of nowhere. Ooh, things get interesting.
I mean, speak of things getting interesting. Deadeyes guys, yeah. They're still just controlling that edge. There's another team in the back. I saw one more team in the minimap. And it's actually the players of GSM. Gremlin Storm as well. Sort of pushing up or making a rotation quite close to the players of A1NB. And right now, A1NB2, they're just going to let them surpass. They're just going to let them pass by. If I'm not wrong, they are quite well settled with the position they found themselves in, but the next circle is going to decide their fate here. If it takes a big curveball shift away from the players of A1 Esports, then they will definitely struggle. And this is what I've been saying about this team. The firepower has been improved, but what hasn't improved is the adjustment, is the positioning, and that's where they will probably struggle.
Yeah. I mean, we saw this man on our screens clutch out a 1v4 against Elementrix in the first week of the tournament. And that is when A1NB were in the worst form in this tournament. Since then, they have gotten better. So we do expect those consistent results to show up on the rankings every now and then. But let's see what this game is going to look like for them. A massive cluster of teams forming close to the center of the map. We have T2K moving in towards the center along with the players of Deadeyes guys. A1NB have moved in. Gremlin Storm closing in from the western side. Sorry, the eastern side of the map. From the west, we have Elementrix, IHC, and Godlike Stalwart along with Skylightz Gaming moving in from the northwest. Raw this time have decided to play a little bit slow, so they're still outside the first zone. Everyone else has moved in. The exciting point of the game, I think, is going to be towards Jumasera, because that is where three teams are going to collide. We have 1952, TRZ, and the players of DE Warriors. And DE Warriors today do not want to back away from anything. They want to fight constantly.
And right now, Deadeyes Gas and T2K, kind of neighbors. Jane definitely has a little suspicion that there might just be someone in that direction. Joker Sir wanting to blow that vehicle up. Definitely cannot really spot out those tires at that range, so it just wants to blow the vehicle up. It's already started to smoke, so it's not far away from blowing up. Yep, keep tapping it, man. Keep going. Yeah, there we go. Almost there. Finally. Blows it over. Happy. A round of applause for this, man.
Yay!
Okay, that was so childish.
Yeah, but he did also spend like quite a lot of ammo and
time.
on that vehicle. Yeah, time as well.
I mean, at least he got the spotlight.
Which is not something that he wants, especially if it's going to be Jane shooting towards you. Luckily, he does manage to walk away though. But look at the map, Necro. Now, VENOM Legends have decided to stay behind while everyone else has moved in towards the zone, and it does not work out too well for them because the zone again takes a northern shift, and it is going to be quite tricky for VENOM Legends to find a direct entry towards the circle. But there's one way they can pull this off. They just keep moving up north towards LSR and then just move a little bit east. That it should be quite a comfortable way for them to break into the zone without getting noticed or without taking a lot of fire from the opposition. But Legend from the side of T2K has very nice high ground advantage, but I don't think there's anyone near them to fight it out. On the other side though, DE Warriors taking on the players of IHC. The first knock of the game. Let's see if the finish is going to be there as well. Deadeyes guys as well against the players of Mara, and it's going to be No Fear charging towards Joker with No Fear as Joker goes for a nade inside the house, and it connects.
Nice.
Snipe on his knees. Left to snipe no more. Joker is going to be traded out by No Fear, but the backup from the side of Deadeyes guys, it is here.
Yeah, but it's a little too late as the confirmation has already flew away, and Vadu finds another one, drops from the top and gets the man instantly confirmed. And now Gunnar is instantly on a move too, realizes the fact that he's pushed up now. Gunnar does want to get the fallen man back up, and also at the same time, he's being ticked away way too quickly. Giant Mara, it's next to impossible to save Vadu at this point. So now they just want to put a full stop to the end. They just want to take down this man. They just want to end the fairy tale off Deadeyes guys inside this game. As Turulov is trying his best to defend it down. He's holding the narrower angle. He's holding the staircase. But Turulov has already taken a lot of damage and he cannot afford to take any more. And the Molotov just tossed inside the window perfectly. And Turulov catches on flame.
That was a quick one, quick pick of the opposition, but on the other side, IHC, we did see on the feed a few moments ago, DE Warriors having a massive advantage in the situation. IC, it looks like, has been brought down as well. And there's Ed, look at him from the high ground, just trying to make sure that he keeps an eye on the remaining players from the side of IHC, as Zol, Alex. They try to go for the flanks, try to see if they can save their fallen comrade. Not really a possibility in a situation like this. In the other direction, though, WIZZES Club against the players of 1952. Well, not really against, but fight is going to break out over here soon.
(1952) still there, as Devil Boy is being taken down way too low. But WIZZES Club, on the other hand, they know that the players of 1952 will not back away from this fight, and that's what the players of WIZZES Club will take a complete advantage of. Devil Boy is still in the back, though, and he's being chipped away. He has managed to patch himself up, but 1952, somehow, the rest two players are still in the front, trying to hold the players of WIZZES Club off at bay. But WIZZES Club know, too, that there's no need for them to make the push happen. Instantly just try and hold the sight lines they have currently, because they know they're currently in the advantageous spot compared to the players of 1952. But A1NB, if they want, they can definitely take a piece of this fight. And that's what A1 Esports are looking for as well. But 1952 is just keeping that constant pressure on those players.
Let's see the pressure. It's going to go up and up and up with time itself. 1952, they have the opening that they needed, but can they gain an advantage or push the advantage even further with Domain knocked out as well? Two players remain. Quaid still surviving along with Octopus, but Octopus completely careless, gets distracted by entry behind him, and he's going to be dropped to his knees. Last player left standing from the side of WIZZES Club, Quaid behind a tree. It's going to be a 1v3 situation for him. Can he pull this off again? And I don't think so, as Dante just runs in his face with the M4, blasting shot after shot, and he connects them all. Another squad wipe. WIZZES Club going bye-bye from this lobby. 14 teams, 52 players remaining now.
At the cost of entry, Entry once again is the first man to go down from this squad. Oh boy, 1952. If you remember, when 1952 were doing good, Entry was able to stay alive till the end. And now 1952 isn't doing good. Entry is usually the man who goes down first. Overstepping from the side of Entry has been quite a lot of those times. We have seen them even inside the previous PMPLs, and Entry really does need to find a little trigger to that. As Godlike Stalwart, they have spotted the rotation of the players of Raw. Another threat has approached him. All they need to do is find a way to deal with the threat. I mean, right now, the threat's not that big for them. Raw, on the other hand, though, they need to take care of their backlines as well, because they look quite exposed. DRS inside this little compound. The DMR's in the hand, too. Gante does not have a lot of line of sight on the players around him. T2K on top of the hill. They have a great high ground advantage, but they don't have to circle with them.
What an awkward moment for Devil Boy right there. He thought he was hidden. No. You Warriors, they know exactly where you are. He gets blown to smithereens. Dante is going to be finished off as well. And the Warriors, it looks like they're just done with the players of 1952. They move forward. 1952 just having won an impressive team fight now. Find themselves struggling to play for survival as well. And the blue zone is not going to make things any easier for anyone. So last player remaining from the side of 1952, it is Jax. I think Elementrix are extremely close to him as well, or in fact, one of the players from the side of Elementrix is extremely close to him.
And speak of that, right now, 1952 only has that one last pillar still up, holding all the burden on his shoulders, keeping that banner still alive, making sure 1952 doesn't fall off right now. There is a chance they might just do. DEW are all the way on the southern side, and now finally they've realized it's time to make it inside the circle. The wake-up call is there for them. On the other hand, Elementrix and 1952 is way too close to each other. Not a big fan of that split, of course. But even Elementrix themselves, they have a big split. 2-1 split. IHC were really close, but IHC have decided to back out from that one. Sanchir will take a wiser option. IHC was already taken down, so this leaves the players of IHC with a 3-man squad. TRZ all the way on the southern side, being the Guardian Angels off the edge lines, off the circle. We'll try to hold the players of DEW off at bay. Might see a little bit of collision coming soon.
Slipping out from the side, Raw sees the players of IHC coming down that slope, goes for a few shots, but fails to connect. And now the players in the rear, the team of Janmara, they have the information of Raw official. 1952 on the other side have taken an exit from this particular game. IHC, we saw coming down the mountain, have in fact run into the players of Godlike Stalwart. There's the slam, Zeol and Alex pushing forward, but Pika, he makes it quite close to his teammate Action, and they know that there's one more lad just sticking on the other side of the ridge. So as of now, it's a 2v4 situation for Zeol and Alex. They will have to be extremely careful with how they decide to push on Pika and Action. It's not going to be an easy job for them, but the nades that are lobbed towards Scry do end up dishing out a lot of damage, and Scry repositions right in the nick of time before the next nade is going to be popped. And Top, he's making a few risky plays. He steps out in the open to take the shots and try and push the players of IHC back into their cover. Let's see if it's going to work out. But from the rear, there's the ray of hope that Godlike Stalwart needed, as Gremlin Storm came in with the third party right in the nick of time. And look at that, Sancher and IC have been knocked and finished. IHC caught off guard, something they were completely unprepared for, and now this fight is an actual 2v4.
On the other hand, Godlike Stalwart inside the compound with the players of IHC. And as you said, it is a 2v4 fight, but it's not done yet. Tables can be flipped, and we have seen that happen against one of the best teams out there. So you can never count him out, but maybe now you can, as the nade's going to be precise than ever before. And Alex goes down. This leaves Zol all by himself. Now he will try his best to, of course, fight back, but the players of Stalwart Esports have already surrounded that entire house from all the different angles, and he, of course, cannot check all of them at the same time. So Stalwart Esports, a nice execution. The nade sailed in right on the mark. And Godlike Stalwart, they got that elimination point on the players of IHC. IHC is going to be out the fray. Another big team taking an early exit. As DEW, Doc might just be the casualty inside this fight. Blue Zone's now going to start to chip out a lot of damage, so you cannot stay outside of it anymore. DEW East has heard his presence.
Oh no!
It's been cooked up to perfection, and this nade might just be tossed to a perfect place as well. But no! TRZ Mamba! They had a nice crossfire set up, and Atomic just baited that man out.
Yeah,
Yeah, the nade kind of messed up. I saw that.
What?
The nade kind of messed up.
Is today a meme day or something? Are we seeing some out of the box plays for sure?
So I can try to explain what exactly happened there. Yeah. So Atomic basically wanted to hide behind the wall, and he had a nade cooking up in the hand. So he went outside the cover. He wanted to lob the nade inside, but as soon as he heard the footsteps approaching the door, so he knew that he's now going to get peeked from the door. So he instantly went back, but at the same time he threw the nade because the timer was taken off. He thought that it would land on the mark, but that didn't happen.
I think he just bounced it on the wall. And yeah, I wonder what would have happened had Mama not been there, though. That would have been fun. But moving on, we're down to 10 teams, 32 players still alive. T2K looks like looking to regroup. Legend going for a revive on Sandesh. It is going to be a successful revive right there. And now they again have vision of the players of Skylightz Gaming on the low ground. 4-man roster of T2K still standing tall and strong. Ooh. And once again, Sandesh is going to be dropped. An impressive spray by Nima right there. The distance is quite good, and he still manages to connect every single shot.
Skylightz Gaming, though, still this uphill fight. Somehow they're able to find the precision perfectly, and now the charge on comes in. Skylightz Gaming, of course, a psychotic move, but somehow these players are able to execute those, and that's going to pan out against them this time. T2K, of course, those two players that were sent in the front, they were way too easy to deal with. T2K not even breaking a sweat in that situation, easily just wiping him out the existent, as Wild Rig just keeps on spamming those bullets inside the smokes that may be hoping some of them will connect, and some do, but not exactly precise enough. Rig will finally find Nima. AJ is way too down low, but the wall of death should deal its damage.
Is this it? Is this what we have been waiting for this entire time? Train to kill. Have they finally arrived? Well, they have destroyed the players of Skylightz Gaming for sure, but let's see over here, DRS against what remains of Raw Official. In fact, they're going to dwindle their numbers even further down, but a little bit of overcommitment from the side of DRS is going to result in them losing 2 of their own. And while Raw Official are forced to take an exit along with the players of Skylightz Gaming, DRS are not looking too good as well. And what happened to Train to Kill? All of a sudden, they are out of this game, and all thanks to the players of A+B+C+D.
VENOM Legends barely on the edge of the circle too. The circle shifts to no man's land, and somehow VENOM Legends find themselves in lucky shoes. There is a team quite close to them, and they do hear a lot of sound cues around them as well, but don't exactly know how to deal with the threat just now. So probably they will keep their heads tucked down. They are in a safer spot, I would say. It's quite hard to spot out the players of VENOM Legends. TRZ and Giant Mara are on a move at the same time, but TRZ will try to book it inside the zone straight up. This sort of a low ground right now is kind of favoring the players of TRZ because they're able to just sneak under the radar in these final moments. And that's what they do. TRZ found a great spot, kind of close to the players of VENOM Legends, but on the top are the players of A+B. If they decide to throw some underhand nades, if they do have them, things can be way too grim for this team. Right now, the positioning that the players of TRZ have, it's looking quite tough to survive that one, considering the fact that Gangsters already started to reposition themselves. And yep, A+B taking advantage of the fact that they have the high ground to play with. John Mara somewhat dishing out some damage on the players of A1, but that should not be enough to suppress down the players. Eventually, A1 Esports needs to be a little more safe because Koaz went down.
They have to be quite careful of where they are going to be while taking down the opposition. Now they have to deal with the players of DRS as well. As you mentioned, the high ground advantage in the hands of A1 is just going to prove a little too much for the other lads to deal with, if they have enough utility, that is. And also if Jan Mara actually allow them to drop down from the mountain that they're playing on top of. As of now, no fear. It's completely zoned in on the players of A+B, and Dead Sea Hitman coming down the slope, but misses opportunity to take the shots. Now Gajor, they are quite close to the players of TRZ. What is A+B doing? You guys definitely need to drop a few nades inside of the smokes, but that is not going to be the case. Koa is going to make sure that TRZ, they're going to be down to their last player. Atomic is going to be down on his knees as well. And this trade, I guess, does in fact go in the favor of A+B. Now the Ridge is going to be there to give them an opportunity to be a 4-man roster again. Well thought out move, well thought out plan. Mamba, the last player surviving from the side of TRZ, is going to be dropped as well. A+B looking very solid. 9 eliminations secured in this game.
Honestly, I'm not sure if that move would have worked pretty well if the players on the left were alive. But luckily, as soon as A+B dropped down, unfortunately, some shots were whiffed by the guy who was completely on the right side.
Yeah.
So that whiff sort of saved the lifeline of A+B because that was quite a desperate move to drop down from the hill just like that. And they did it, but somehow they came out on top in that one because they knew they, of course, have the man advantage, but they did not expect the man to be on the right. But he whiffed, and that's what granted them another lifeline. But as now the players of Giant Mara start to wrap up, and as they start to push on up against the players of A+B, 3 figures start popping up on the screen, and they're just lining up these bodies. They're stacking them up on top of each other. One more man to go to breach through the entire defensive wall of the players of A+B Esports. As now the circle has started to fill up with the teams. Final 3 teams alive, and A+B Esports left with only that one man alive, which is going to be Hitman. He has pulled off clutches in the past, but right now, relying on those instincts is not going to be a good idea. Hitman will be left all by himself, keeping his head stuck down and keeping his position. Anonymous has to be the way to go. But Giant Mara, they know that's the only vehicle right there, so Hitman has to be behind that one.
Well, let's see, though, as you mentioned, Hitman just hiding behind that vehicle out in the open, nowhere left to go. Janmara, they are going to be on the hunt for these last surviving individuals from the opposition. They have to make sure they take care of Hitman first and then deal with the players of DRS. It's a 2v3 situation. And also the last surviving player from the side of A1NB. So still can be anyone's game between the players of Janmara and DRS. And if both these teams take down, well, if Janmara completely finish off DRS and before going down, Rules and Gyante make sure they trade each other out, then I think even A1 and B will have a possibility of winning this game. It just depends on where the zone is going to be. And it does just get handed over to the players of Janmara. So I guess at this point, it is basically their game. No, it's actually their game. There's no way Hitman is going to be able to move out of this position. The moment he gets up, he goes down. DRS, the moment they step out from behind that ridge, they're going to be out as well. Unless they have at least 4 or 5 smokes available.
Which we're not sure if they do.
Yeah.
And right now, he's just tossing up some mets to Gyante because he wants to patch himself up. They do have some frag grenades available. And if this one connects, it might just change the entire course of the game. But no is going to be the answer. Right now, it's definitely a little standoff, a little steering competition between these teams. They know exactly where every single team's available. The nades are definitely sailing in a little bit off the mark. But they're wasting a lot of utilities just now. DRS needs to start moving in. Hitman was taking a lot of damage from the play zone, and eventually he will fall down as well. And this should be Giant Mara's chicken dinner to collect. Gyante is outside the circle, and he realizes the fact that he cannot stand tall against this one, and he crumbles down as well. DRS losing out on the chicken dinner. This gives the players of Giant Mara to make a comeback, and they get themselves 12 eliminations with 27 points. Big numbers definitely there with the overall rankings of 12. That's a big, that's a big comeback right there from the side of Giant Mara.
Yeah, it's a massive leap. Before this week started, they were sitting on the 17th position with 212 points. Before the matches that were played yesterday, that is. And now they've moved up 5 positions. That is just an impressive run Janmara are having, and I think it's going to be very difficult to stop them this particular week. Janmara is winning this final week of the league stages. I have a feeling they're going to walk away with the win of this week, just 20 points. They're going to be theirs.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. I was thinking of going to Giant Mara before I picked DRS. I just had something pop up in my head, but then I went with DRS, and the funny fact is, both of those were in the top 2 as well, so, oh man, my brain's trying to give me some hints here, but I'm not able to catch on those, you know.
Yeah, I believe that. But no matter what, Janmara did in fact walk away with the win, and DRS did not. So Necro, your counter is going to be stuck. But DRS, they had a very wonderful game for themselves. I think that positioning in that final fight was also just perfect. If they had 1 smoke and 1 nade, they could have ended it all, because then you would have just lobbed the smoke for the player to just push from flank, and the nade would have been lobbed towards the ridge just to push the other side further back, allowing you to go for a complete rotation with the 2 players. From there on out, it just comes down to the gunfight between the individuals of the teams. But that would have been fun to watch. It would have been extremely, extremely fun to watch. But nonetheless, Janmara, a very, very impressive game from their side. A1 and B played phenomenally well, even though they did not walk away with the win. This was a praiseworthy game for the side of A1 and B. But for now, we're going to take a very short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
Send it
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, John Necro alongside with me. 3 games of the day done and dusted, 2 more matches remaining. But before we move to the next game, we have to discuss the previous one. Starting things off, we have the MVP on our screens. No fear from the side of Janmara, the team who walked away with a win in the previous game.
3 elimination points and 998 damage dealt with 3 knockouts and, well, of course, 26-37 survival time. Janmara overall, as you mentioned, yeah, in week 3, they're looking like a whole nother team. And if I'm not wrong, they started off week 3 with quite a shaky start as well, because the momentum inside week 2, of course, they did seem pretty bad. They were all the way in the bottom on the week 2. So considering the fact that they're able to start the week 3 off this well, even though the momentum was not really shaping up to them, I would say, yeah, a big round of applause for this team. They have done it really well.
Yeah, they've done very well for themselves, but now they just have to keep the ball rolling, keep the momentum with themselves so that they get those extra points for the finals. I think that is what Janmara now need to focus on, because they have finally started to build the momentum right before the finals as well. Moving on towards the player focus list in front of us right now, we do have No Fear on the first position, obviously, followed by Hitman from the side of A1NB. Now look at that, 5 eliminations, 575 damage dished out. So he was doing a pretty phenomenal job, just instantly going for those perfectly timed opportunities, finish after finish, being stacked up for his team. On the 3rd, we have Gunner from Janmara. On the 5th, we have another player from the side of Janmara, Snipe YT, and these 2 lads are separated by Mamba from TRZ, sitting on the 4th position.
I mean, Hitman's there too, huh? A1NB, yeah. As I said, that push from top of the hill to down, at the same time, they didn't really have a lot of chances to try and pull something like that off, right? Of course, it was a big desperation move that they made, but they also realized the fact that they have a big advantage in that fight anyways, of the man advantage. So they knew making that move, they might have some sort of casualties on them, but they should be able to win the fight, and that's what exactly happened. But they did not expect that instant pressure the players of Janmara put on them.
Well, definitely. I mean, the pressure that was instantly developed was not expected, but I think even before that, the lads from A1NB realized that this was not going to be their game. That is why they were being hyper-aggressive as well. That is why they were trying to make up for the points that they would lose when they lost those placement points, finishing in the top 3. So I think just realizing the fact that, all right, we are in a worst possible position right now. Going down this slope is going to be impossible. There's a team in those compounds. They're going to take us out. There's a team towards our right. They can take us out. We can somehow deal with the team right underneath us. So I think that was the game plan from the side of A1NB, and it worked out quite nicely, because look at the match rankings. We do have Janmara with a win with 27 points to their name, but A1NB, they finished on the 3rd position in terms of where they took an exit in this match. But they have 9 eliminations. They got 19 points in total, and that is what they need. They need their total tally to go up. That's it.
Speak of the total tally, I mean, DRS right there too. As long as DRS is being consistent, honestly, that's what really matters to a team like DRS too as well, right? And on the other hand, we were also speaking about Skylightz Gaming at the start of the day. Yeah. I would say slowly and steadily, even they themselves are trying their best. But one thing I can say, or one thing I can tell for sure, is that Skylightz Gaming are way too aggressive inside this week compared to all the other weeks, if you've noticed. Skylightz Gaming are taking fights. In the previous week, usually Skylightz Gaming is one of those teams that wouldn't really take fights to other teams. Instead, they would let the fights flow in their direction itself. But this time, Skylightz Gaming is the one taking the fights. So I'm loving this adjustment, even though they are struggling a bit winning those fights. I mean, if you're not going to experiment around, how are you supposed to improve, right? They are trying different play styles, and if you master all the play styles, you're pretty much master of the game.
You can master everything, I would say, but you can still try and be not bad at it. I think you can
try to increase. You can try to increase your 4-on-4 collision capabilities even more, right? Like coming out on top even more, and an aggressive nature can definitely help with that a lot.
Exactly. I mean, if you are going to play one way, there is obviously going to be a trade-off, because if you are being very aggressive from the start till the very end, there are high chances that there are going to be few matches where you are also the first one to go down. because you can't win every single fight every single time.
Yeah.
So you have to be prepped for those
A1.
games as well. Yeah, they moved one position, 72 points.
Yeah, A1 on the third. Oh boy, A1 again. I mean, hopefully, as I'm saying,
Yeah.
A1 Esports, right now they're at the third spot. That's what exactly happened inside the week 2, if you remember, Johnny. I mean, at the start, they had a really nice rocket start, but then later on, it started fading away. I don't want to see the same replication even over here, too. Now, of course, after today, there's going to be 1 day break, and then the rest 3 days will be continued. But that 1 day break is going to put a big halt to the momentum the players of A1 have. I want to see them come back with a fresh mindset even after the day and even dominate just the way they are currently, because right now A1 Esports, it seems like they're not scared to fight, and I'm loving this attitude.
Exactly. Reminds me of the A1 Esports we all saw back in, I think it was PMPL Season 2, is when we saw A1 Esport back then dominate for the first time, and they were the ones who put their region on the map. They were the ones who built a name, a reputation for their region, and that is what I think we would like to see again, especially as the fans of the country. But I think today they are doing a wonderful job. Look at that. There's one win, and then there's a top 3 finish in the previous game. But that was what happened before. Now it's time to move to match number 4 of the day. The map is going to be Erangel. Group B is going to be sitting out, and that means Skylightz Gaming, Raw official, A1 NB, and 1952 will not be playing the next game.
One thing I can say for sure, even Dax is trying their best to kind of outshine in those fights, kind of get those fights down as well. But Dax, they're struggling big time. But they're trying their best to improve. They're trying their best to pull off some new strats, and they're trying to utilize some new strats out there. But as I said, and I actually appreciate this approach as well. If your basic game or if your basic strategy that you're usually used to playing, if it's not working out, you need to try and experiment new things, because if you don't experiment now, if you don't try and do something now, basically you would be kicked out of the tournament without doing anything. So you might as well try and do something.
Yeah, I mean, it's better to go down fighting than just to go down having been given up, right? I mean, no one would like that, especially these players. I don't think that is even an option for them. I don't think they would just give up in any situation. They have made it this far. Let's be honest about the fact, this is one of the toughest lobbies you could be a part of. It's not easy to perform. It's not easy to even secure
Maybe I would say PMGC is toughest.
I mean, I didn't say in the world of all time. I'm pretty sure you won't be able to compete. I won't be able to compete. I'm pretty sure, like, literally 99%.
I would be top 1 in PMGC.
Yeah. The day that happens, I'm going to be richer than Bill Gates.
That means it's never going to happen, huh?
Exactly. that dude is worth what, like over $100 billion. That's
I don't even know, man. I don't even want to imagine. Loki just makes me look like a loser.
Yeah, but what I was saying, it's very tough to perform in these lobbies. There's a lot of pressure on these players, especially the newer players, the young lads who are playing at the stage for the first time, being brought into all of these experienced lineups. So there will always be these teams that you might think they are underperforming, and the reason I'm putting this in quotes is because how tough this lobby is, how difficult it can be in those matches, and especially if the first day, if you are a young player who show up in a tournament like this, you have a lot of expectations for yourself, and if the first week does not really go there your way, if you don't really perform to how you would usually in your local tournaments, then it affecting your mental. And the moment your mental starts to break is the moment where inconsistencies start to present themselves. So that is where the experienced IGLs, I guess, outshine, because they know how to control their team, they know how to control their mindset. But I think with the third week of the league stages almost reaching the halfway point, that is going to happen Friday, we will have a much more clearer picture of who we will be seeing in the top 16 in the finals.
But Johnny, now we're going to be moving inside Erangel. And today only one Erangel was going to be played. So this is going to be an interesting one. Second last game of the day, Erangel.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Godlike Stalwart. Let's see. Today it's the first time I've went with Godlike Stalwart, so I'm going to go with them.
Alrighty. I think I wanted to go with Jan Mara, but they all have already won the previous match, and it's very difficult to see back-to-back chicken dinners in a situation like this.
Is their last game for today.
D Warriors, it might be the last game, but they also have a win for the day. So,
Okay.
yeah. All right. Out of the box, I think WIZZES Club is the team I'm gonna go with.
Okay.
Their
I like
last game
that.
of the
I
day as
like
well.
that. Finally, I like that. That's a good choice, Johnny. I want to give it
Yeah.
to you. All right. That's definitely a pretty good choice. WIZZES Club, we have seen them once in the past kind of try
Yeah.
and dominate too. We've seen some nice glimmers of hope
That
as
was
well
week
from
one.
them.
That was
Yeah.
week one. Week two, they were hardly present. Week three as well. The performance has been shaky, but there's always gonna be hope that maybe on the second day, maybe in the last game, their last game of the second day of the last week of the league stages, maybe we're gonna see WIZZES Club step back because I mean a lot of expectations. WIZZES Club has a few experienced players and a few young guns, so it's a nice little mix that they have, and you never know out of nowhere you're going to see this team performing. But Necro, we do have the plane in front of us, and it looks like for the first time, at least in this week, the plane path is not going to be leaning heavily towards one side of the map. This one is right down the middle.
And speaking of that, I mean, the plane flat path, as you said, this is not going to be any sort of troublesome for any of the teams, and that means even godlike Stalwart should have a clear way and a clear path towards Noah Rapnoe. Same thing goes with the players of DEW2. Now, what I'm really waiting for over here is the players of Skylightz Gaming. And considering the fact that Skylightz Gaming, I mean, today, I wouldn't really say they are as good as the way they played in the week 2 or even inside the week 1. Skylightz Gaming, they're more kind of like a consistent team, but today they are trying to be really aggressive and trying to really step outside the comfort zone and trying to just overall be unique inside the lobby. And considering the fact that they're not playing this game, I want to see how hard it's going to hit them inside this overall rankings or in the overall leaderboards of this week, because this game, again, whichever team wins this game, it's gonna mean a massive momentum boost for them for the upcoming game. And in the upcoming game, one of the strongest teams inside the lobby is not playing, which are the players of DEW, because they are playing inside the Group A. So right now, Group B is sitting out. So again, in Group A, there are DEW, VENOM Legends, WIZZES Club, and T2K. And speaking of T2K, it's a complete another story themselves too. I mean, we spoke about all the sort of mistakes we're seeing currently inside the lobby being made from the side of T2K, and what they can try and improve. Even Unch agreed to us at this one at certain points. But right now, what happening is Seal Lucifer has found himself in a bit of a tricky spot. Out in the open, is trying to make it back to the compound. Finally, is successfully able to make it back to safety, but that was way too close. He was able to dodge the vehicle. But Seal, they're not going to lose out, and that's good news for the players of Seal, considering this team as well is another one of those teams that has been struggling in the overall league standings a lot. The weeks haven't been that good, and as we all know, this is going to be the final week. This week will be most pressurizing too, but you still need to find a way to hold your nerves with the gun and keep it going. If you're not going to be able to, if you're going to crack under the pressure, then we of course know what might just happen to these players. So far, nothing much really happening inside the lobby. Just to let you guys know, Group B sitting it out. That means Skylightz Gaming, Raw Official, even A1 Esports, and 1952 aren't going to be playing inside this. A1 Esports, they had a really good momentum. And after this sort of a break, there's a chance it might just break as well. Or maybe there's a chance they might come back even stronger. This will give them a chance to reset their mental and come back even stronger. It's up to them how they're going to utilize this break. Of course, a peaceful start as expected. High voltage near the Water City. They have quite a big spread too. Even Elementrix all the way on the edge. You have DEW as well, still inside the military base, just going for the loot. I'm not expecting a lot of early collisions because the plane flat path was pretty perfect.
Well, let's see what this game is going to bring to the table in the very end. Who's going to walk away with a win? One of the changes that we are seeing right now in the lobby can, in fact, turn things around completely in the favor of IHC. The addition of Godless now. Even the circle is laid out for them. towards the western part of the map. Do you see high voltage on our screen? Jiggle is going to get a little bit of a pickup from his teammate Assassin as they walk away to their safe haven. Just going to move south towards the ruins area. Trying to avoid T2K as well, because T2K this time around, as we can see on the map, have decided to go for a little bit of an early southward rotation. That can cause a lot of trouble for the players of high voltage, but as we move towards Novorepnoy, the kings of Novorepnoy are going to be there. God-like stalwart. They have been enjoying themselves all this while in every single map, because from what it seems like, everyone is afraid of taking them on in the early game scenarios, but high voltage and T2K, a little bit of a clash right here. Jane is going to try and go for a few shots on Praveen, but Praveen manages to walk away safely. Assassin retaliates, but none of the bullets being fired seem to connect upon his desired target. But I don't think either one of these individuals or one of these teams are going to care about this too much.
Yeah.
High voltage, they know T2K are going to be on those northern hills, and T2K know that high voltage do like to play from the water city, from ruins sometimes. So I think as far as the reads in the map goes, I think they already knew which team they were shooting towards.
Being in the water lines. Again, as I mentioned, because the planned flat path, this is going to be quite a peaceful game, at least at the starting phase. Pachinki, though, is completely empty. And it's still up for grabs, so if anyone does want to go for it, actually, teams like High Voltage, who have dropped inside Water City, and if they are struggling on some loot, they can definitely try and book it towards Pachinki. Can be a good spot to try and loot around in. Deadeye's guys as well, they've caught a bit of fire as the buggy's tire has been blown up. Luckily, it didn't really spin out there. That is one of the worst nightmares about a buggy. On top in front of us, Deadeye's guys do want to be really quick on their feet because they want to make a quick rotation happen inside the circle and get a better positioning. Deadeye's guys trying to be proactive because they have realized the games are slipping by. And after today, there's also going to be 1 day break, so you don't want to live, you don't want to sleep, knowing the fact that you're not doing good on the overall rankings. At least a decent positioning can give them a bit of sigh of relief.
Well, at least they're going to have a little bit of a breather for now in the early stages of this game. It's been 7 minutes. The first blood yet to happen. We keep on wondering which team or which individual is going to be the first one to go down, which team will be the first one to lose on one of their key players. But Dex, quite safe for now, close to the center of the map. No one here to worry them. No one here to cause a lot of trouble, but in a few short moments, I believe IHC, they're going to be moving down south the Everest slope, and that is when Dax, they're going to be feeling the heat, feeling the pressure. Along with that, towards their east, other players from the side of Deadeye's guys, just a little bit down south. These Gutka farms are going to be the players of Gremlin Storm and Elementrix as well. Fear with the UMP. A little bit far away from his teammates. Well, not too far away.
Yeah. And even the center of the circle now is starting to get stacked up with a lot of teams. There are still a couple of teams outside the circle. For example, Giant Mara, DRS, called like Stalwart, VENOM Legends themselves. And I don't think so. We're going to witness a fight between them while they're trying to make the rotation happen as well, because those edge lines are quite wide. And they can try to make a rotation out quite peacefully from those sides too. But Seal up against the players of Giant Mara. Instantly, Snipe YT was pushed in the front lines, but he doesn't need to fight that anymore as Zake is going to back out inside the blue. He will try to tank a bit of damage. Right now, it's just the first phase, so he can definitely tank it out. It's not going to deal a lot of damage to Zake. Of course, making the wiser choice. prioritizing the cover first, and then maybe you can try to make a safe rotation out. If you would have stopped right there, that would have been done and dusted for that player off seal.
It would have been done and dusted indeed, but now with the way the zone is moving around, I'm pretty sure the early game of this match, it's going to be quite quiet for the next few minutes as well, but the late game is going to be so extreme. It's going to be played on hard mode, basically. Because Gatka open fields, that's a brutal circle to deal with. One of the most brutal positions to be in the final few moments of Erangel. Let's see T2K against the players of IHC now. Sanchir, along with his teammates, having control of the summit. They're trying the level best to hold this position against the players of T2K and deny them the control of the high ground, deny them the information that they will get after this as well. And with Jay moving out of position, already setting up the slope entry for the side of T2K, I guess IHC can use their numbers to apply a little bit of extra pressure on the opposition and just finish them off.
IHC Esports, as they've realized T2K is still in the front. They don't want to be too overeager. They don't want to overpeak an angle, because that's what they've been doing throughout this entire PMPL. Now we finally see a cautious IHC. The IHC we want to see holding the high ground, being serious as possible, and not really anyone close, not really letting anyone close. T2K, though, still somewhat, they have a little bit of piece of that mountain. But again, it's not going to bother the players of IHC. Maybe later on it can bite them in the butt, but right now they are definitely safe.
Yeah, at least have managed to avoid any confrontation for now, up until now, and now T2K have finally decided to back off. Just taking advantage of the fact that they were prepped for something like this happening. They were prepared for not being allowed the control of the summit. They had already sent Jane to take control of the compounds down below, and that one small move just allows them the opportunity to fall back. But we do have the first airdrop in front of us, and guess what? Again, it's the AUG Necro. It's the AUG day today.
Yeah, today it's been something, man. In first airdrop, it's always the AUG. Always, no matter what. Interesting. It's been kind of like a little meta going on around, I guess, in the airdrops. But right now we have the players of MABETEX. The spread is pretty nice, actually, from the side of MABETEX too. So they've realized they don't really, or they aren't really close to any sort of threat, so they can try and capitalize on this entire area, and that's what they've done. And they also want as much as info as possible on all that area possible, but the circle takes a big shift away. And that's going to catch a lot of players off guard. Now they will need to try and book it all the way down south, and you see a huge wave of vehicles just moving down.
Well, let's see, though. The drastic shift of the circle towards the southeastern part of the map does change everything. Everyone is in panic mode at this point. We do see MABETEX running out in the open, followed closely by T2K, DE. Deadies, guys, they do have Skylightz Esports waiting for them on the other side as well. And they might have just run into a trap at this point, because the city of Pachinki, it's going to be unpenetrable at this point. A lot of teams already clustered in high voltage. Look at them. Prabeen, he's just sitting on this balcony, and just keeping vision, taking all this information with him. Second airdrop this time brings the MK14 with the cheek pad, and the ghillie suit is going to be there with the level 3 kit. Seems like East has walked away with the basically all the loot from that airdrop. Gremlin Storm, they just walk and watch as Deadies Warriors loot up and just take a better position with concrete cover available, while Gremlin Storm are going to be stuck out in the open. TRZ, are they trying to go for a slam in these compounds? It's not really going to work out. Nirzet from the flank is going to be dropped down by Mamba. A wonderful move by the players of TRZ, gaining an advantage this early in a fight.
And TRZ, they have got a little bit of chip damage onto themselves as well, but they're now sharing a compound with another team around them. definitely it's going to be quite tough to play around with another team, especially if that's going to be the players of DEW. You're just going to be in more paranoia. Giant Mara around. Gunnar has caught a few bullets, but he's also went down. Giant Mara Gunnar really does need to be back up on his feet, but unfortunately the rest 3 players are way too far away. They can try and book it straight to Gunnar. Gunnar's position right now is looking pretty safe, as long as you're not going to pick on the other side of the range. And finally, the players of DEW are getting charged on by the players of Elementrix, as Sneaks had no clue. There's one man in the clotheslines who's just holding an angle down. Elementrix so far, that's a great start inside the fight. They found the opening, instant capitalization on it as well. They're applying the pressure over and over again. DEW, they might just crumble down to this pressure. They might just crack under it. But Yita Uta, he is being really aggressive. He does smell all the blood. He does hear a lot of footsteps around him. The nades are definitely going to be there. But are they going to land on the mark? Nade's going to be tossed inside, but Doc's nade might just be way too precise. Doc is just waiting for him to step outside the compound on the other side, but that's not going to be the case. Yita Uta instantly realizes that fact.
Yeah, they just completely ignored East, and Yeta is going to pay for that mistake. He's going to try and crawl towards Orange now. The chances of that happening, the chances of the revive coming in are going to be slim. It's a 2v2 situation between the players of DE Warriors and the players of Elementrix. Bishal, along with his teammate Orange, they're sticking quite close. Yeta is going to get finished off. DE Warriors just making sure the numbers advantage does not swing in the favor of Elementrix again. Dax just taking care of the players of WIZZES Club as well. But DE Warriors, I don't think they thought this is how things were going to go. Or this is how they were going to struggle in the early stages of the match. Elementrix, a perfectly timed execute. And what a way to slam in. Just one small mistake of not realizing East is right behind you. Other than that, I think this could have been a very clean squad wipe for them.
Could have been, though. But it was still quite a scrappy one.
Yeah.
And there's another team closing up now. It's going to be Elementrix. I mean, this fight is still going on. And Elementrix, they were being pushed back a little bit, but unfortunately, the position the players of Elementrix have found themselves in, the backlines are going to be quite exposed too. So Elementrix, their paranoia is definitely going to be building up. But T2K, a desperate rotation out of that spot, and Deadeye's guys will get a little piece of that. They were able to manage to, they were managed to find one knockout and an instant confirmation too. The points there, but now the player of Deadeye's guys is way too low. A desperate rotation even from their side themselves. But T2K, they were able to mow them down like it's nothing. On top was Sandesh, but Sandesh was not able to go back to safety in the nick of time. And this is what the players of Deadeye's guys took a full advantage of. And now finally the slam comes inside the compound. Legend is in the close, and he's going to let the player flow in. Chari, way too down low. Position has been compromised. Shouldn't be tough for Legend to make sure the player's going to fall down as well. Now he's getting pushed on, but another player in the close. But Legend, the moves that he's pulling off is something that's going to play against him, and that's what exactly happens.
Well, let's see though. Jane is still extremely close. A few well-timed, well-popped nades can in fact put DE inside the grave at this point. Look at that. True Love taking a bit of damage from all the utility that was tossed towards him. Jane, he's not looking to stop anytime soon. One more nade is going to be lobbed on the outside, and it takes on top down to around 40% HP. But Jane, he has to be very quick about this. Otherwise, the moment the revive comes in, he is done. Oh, the nade. It looks perfect. It's going to be inside the room, and I don't think there's going to be enough damage, or it even blows up right at the nick of time. In fact, as the players from the side of Deadeye's guys are going to be back on his feet, and now Jane is left in a 1v4 situation. Another nade in his hands. The penultimate one. In fact, after this, he just has one nade, 8 smokes, though, to work with, and 1 stun. So the stun in a situation like this is not really going to accomplish anything. It's just the nades and the smokes that he will be forced to use. And with the... Oh!
What a nade. Perfectly just lands inside that little crack. And now Seal. The players of DRS are right on top of him. So, of course, DRS will have a big positional advantage over the players of Seal. But Seal, too, they have all the 4 players up. So the man advantage is definitely sticking with the players of Seal. But in the backlines, there's a lot of teams. And IT just doing a quick sweep on the team in the front. It's not even going to break a sweat. High voltage. They're just dropping down in front of them like flies.
Well, let's see though. You mentioned DRS in a very awkward position. I guess they have the opportunity to take on the players of Seal Esports, but Seal Esports, they get distracted from the rare IHC. They're moving around, and it's Godless just circling these lads like a shark, and he is going to look for an opportunity to strike. But in the meanwhile, the players from the side of Seal Esports, they're going for the revive on those teammates. Fallen comrades being brought back. Lucifer's going to be there. Kisei gets up, shoots in the wrong direction. Rules has an opportunity, and he gets the knock secured for his team. One last player left by Seal. There they go, back to the lobby.
The circle actually shifts up down south. Circle is definitely taking quite a lot of interesting shifts, but the players of DRS, they're just somehow finding these elimination points like it's nothing right now. They're just collecting them. It's theirs to claim, and they're doing so rightfully. But on the other side, you have Deadeye's guys just mowing down lawns in the front, and this time in the lawns, it's going to be the players of MABETEX. And they get mowed down indeed. The entire DRS squad has been spotted out, making a rotation down below from that mountain. It's going to be quite exposed, but somehow DRS, they're completely able to nail that rotation. Giant Mara 2 follow it up. DRS, they're just on an absolute tear.
Let's see, the soldiers, they are doing what they're known for, fighting it out till the very end, taking on the players of Gremlin Storm as well. 8 eliminations already secured by the players of DRS. Now turning their eyes towards the players of Deadeye's guys. Gyanthe takes a few shots upon him, but instantly falls down. And it is godlike stalwart from the distance as well. Top with a Mini 14 doing wonders, dropping DRS to their knees. But it's going to be quite difficult for him to secure these finishes. He's going to have to scramble for them. One more player knocked out. Gyanthe is going to be finished off by Action, and Top, he's just zoned in. He wants to secure those knocks. The finishes are going to be secured by his teammate right next to him as well.
Yeah, I mean,
whoa, what?
Oh, what? That was a quick wipe. You blink it and you miss it. Deadeye's guys just out the fray. Out of nowhere. But godlike stalwart, they're looking like a full force right now. All the full players are still alive, and they're looking like an unstoppable freak of nature. They keep on just peppering down these shots that are applying a lot of pressure. They're not letting the players of DRS even have a moment to themselves. And finally, DRS will be eliminated. As Top realizes that fact, now it's time to move on and switch their targets onto some other team, but the circle just lands in no cover. Out in the open is the circle. It's going to be quite tough to find yourself a little piece if you do have the vehicles. Maybe that can be your saving grace. Still, how tough is going to be that rotation to make? As long as the players of Gremlin Storm alive, they will probably try to hold the players off at bay who will try to make it towards them. Dax even, they find themselves in a bit of shack, but 2 players are just grouped up in that one. As soon as the teams start grouping up and trying to make it inside the circle, the players of Dax will be in a big state of discomfort, but it's a 2-2 split. This might work out. If the 2 players in the back are able to provide a good cover fire, then things can be way different.
Let's see how, in fact, what the change in the situation is going to be like. We do have 8 teams, 23 players still surviving in this game. Gremlin Storm in an awkward position. Godless even more. In fact, Dax, they do have the advantage. Just one player from the side of the Warriors. East is going to be dropped down, and pretty sure he's going to be finished off in the next couple of seconds as well. No way the Warriors walk away from this. Doc, he is just going to ignore what is happening and just keeps on driving in the distance. He goes and, well,
maniac.
All the way back to the lobby, good sir.
Absolute maniac. I mean, he had no other choice left anyways because the wall of death was closing in from the back. What can he do? Rather than to just try and send it and hope for the best, and that's what he did. Crossed his fingers, sent it, but unfortunately got picked off. As expected, WIZZES club still inside the game and just continuing to pepper down bullets. Blindly inside the smoke now. We'll finally spot out the players of Dax, and I'm so impressed that the players of Dax have all the 4 players up still. Even godlike stalwart, they're harmlessly standing inside the game. Still though, this final circle is causing now a lot of chaos. And because of that, I mean, even some names have been eliminated out the lobby pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's all the big ones, in fact.
Yeah, Even Godlike Stalwart got eliminated so quickly.
I mean,
Wow, they had all the players up.
All the big teams went out for the same reason. They were just being too aggressive out in the open, and surviving in a situation like this, it's never going to be easy. But let's see what or in fact, who the winner of the game is going to be. TRZ have lost Atomic as well. I mean, he has been knocked out, has Rare right next to him, so it should be an easy revive. Elementrix might just be taken out by the players of Gremlin Storm, as they seem to know exactly where Precious is going to be. But TRZ, now all players back on the feet. Mamba is going to be knocked out. Gremlin Storm doing an incredible job in this game, dealing with the pressure quite nicely, in fact.
Yeah, honestly, the hardship of the circle has caught the majority of their teams off guard. And now, because the circle's out in the open as well, it's so tough to survive this entire scenario. I'd see Godless somehow is just snake around. He's somehow able to stay alive. He has a lot of Hables in the front, and he's hoping for the best. Probably he himself has his fingers crossed. But look behind him. There's two teams, TRZ and even Gremlin Storm. And both of them right now are playing this one quite safe and sound, making sure they're not being way too aggressive in these type of moments. They're letting the time pass by. Gremlin Storm, they have a really good place right now. But unfortunately, there's a chance that the players of Izzy's club might just decide to slam in and take it over. But TRZ, they're right in the smack center.
Ooh. He is still there. Look at this. He is still there. Godless. Hiding in the haystack. And in fact, in the midst of everything, he is surrounded from all directions. He has two players of Gremlin Storm behind him, TRZ on the flank, and WIZZES Club right in front. But the man does not care. He knows when to keep his head down and when to start shooting. In the meanwhile, the Gremlin Storm is completely zoned in on finishing off the players from the side of TRZ. They have one knock secured, and no. BBK has been spotted out by Rowdy. He's right next to Godless as well. Godless finally getting spotted out. Is going to be finished off, but it backfires on the players of WIZZES Club as BBK is going to be dropped. He's going to be knocked out. Gremlin Storm, they're doing really well for themselves. I think Gremlin Storm can in fact clutch it out as well. If they keep playing like this, they will win this game.
I mean, right now, Izzy's club have definitely dropped down two players. This should kind of lower the confidence down of that team, too. And that's what exactly is happening. They're getting picked off one after the other. They're getting dismantled alive. And TRZ! Oh, this is not a way. Do you want to get taken down, Dictator, with a big trigger discipline? But his position gets compromised, and within a second, this might just be it for him. But no, he comes out on top of that battle, takes them both down single-handedly, and Gremlin Storm, they're indeed a storm that's looking pretty unstoppable. But this needs to be kept going. This needs to keep on going. Wizzy's club, they themselves have two players up, and Octopus is down low.
I think GSM already has the win. There's no way WIZZES Club walk away with this game. Look at that. Quaith is out. Octopus is done.
Wow.
It was a guaranteed win the moment WIZZES Club lost that first player, BBK, when he went for Godless. That was the moment Gremlin Storm just solidified their win, because they had all the information. They were so patient. They just waited and waited and waited and waited for so long, like a cheetah. And when it came time for them to strike, they struck down hard. The hammer of the gods dropping upon everyone else in the lobby. An impressive win for the players of GSM. 10 eliminations, 25 points secured. Woo! What a game.
In the end, every single decision this team made, it was absolute perfection personified.
Yeah.
Gremlin Storm, that decision making in those final few moments when there's a lot of pressure on top of your head, but still they were able to keep their cool and make those right decisions and come out on top in those ones. And that's what really does matter as a team. And this sort of win is going to give them such a big mental edge over all the other teams that are still struggling.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to help them improve their mindset as well, but Gremlin Storm, again, the target remains the same. Stay in the top 16, and they're right on that 16th position. So it's going to be quite incredible to see how the rest of the week is going to go for this team. But this week you have to like, I have to say this, I mean, it's quite better already compared to what the previous few looked like. This week they have been doing, they had a win yesterday, they had a win today, so already 2 wins in 2 days, and if they keep this going for the next 3 days as well, I think they are going to be in a comfortable position in the top 16. But for now, we will take a very short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro, and this is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. Ladies and gentlemen, 4 games of the day done and dusted, just the last match remaining, which is going to be played on the map of Miramar. But before that, we have to talk about the stats of the previous game, and of course, we do have the MVP on our screens. Rowdy from Gremlin Storm, 5 eliminations, 690 damage dished out. And again, just to give you guys a context of how impressive this win is, GSM, I believe, were just 2 players remaining from the top 7 teams onwards. From there on out, they just waited in that shack, stepped out in the open right in the nick of time, and then just waited for everyone else to reveal their positions. And then they won.
I mean, that's what I told you, right? GSM, they were just inside the shack, making sure they're not even moving a muscle.
Yeah.
They just kept quiet till the end. Both of those players in that shack, hoping for the best, praying while they're in there, of course. And then later on, as they realize, all right, it's top 3 teams alive. It's now our time to do something and strike at least 1 player down. They were hearing a lot of chaos on the right side, and of course, those little windows in the shack as well can provide you a lot of info if you do try to look around it. And that's what they exactly did. Got the info on the players on the right, instantly pushed out, and they perfectly wiped him out as well. So at the end, the players of Gremlin Storm, they somehow won. But I would still say it was a massive choke even from the side of WIZZES Club. I don't think so. This should be in a game to lose from them.
I completely agree with that. I mean, it's like the 2v4 situation that we talked about earlier in the day all over again. Even this time it was a 2v4 situation, by the way. So I think, WIZZES Club did mess up quite brutally as well in that final fight. Even before that, just going for a willy-nilly push on towards Godless when you know there are other players and they could be on the extreme edges of the zone and over there. It was completely unnecessary and lost in the game. But still, they managed to finish in the top 4, which is going to be impressive, even though they could have made it. Yeah, that is what I expected. I knew they were being very aggressive. They had a lot of eliminations with this club, but still, that final fight, extra points missed out on.
Yeah, those extra points, especially if you are a team like WIZZES Club, that you really do need those. But still a decent outing from their side, right? As you mentioned, extra points could have been there. For example, I mean, they only have 12 placement points. They could have had 3 more, you know?
Right.
So there's,
to be
every
fair,
single point counts, yeah.
To be fair, I'm also obsessed about the fact that this win would have just put me equal to you.
I mean, listen, this has been happening with me throughout the day today, if you remember. Even my team previously got 2nd place. Before that, in the first game, even Deadeye's guys were doing really good. So, I mean, I feel like if there were even half points for getting a prediction right till top 3, I would have been way far ahead.
Do you really want to go there? I think... Yeah, no. That's just gonna complicate things, and the producer is gonna kill us after that. But if we just ask people, like, can we get half point for getting a team in top 2?
I mean, they're as bad as us, in mats, man. Trust me,
they are better.
How do you know that?
There's a lot of tech involved. I'm pretty sure people in tech are good at maths.
Are you sure? Really?
Most of them are. I mean, people involved in computer sciences are going to be good at maths.
Oh, yeah. to all the languages and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Yeah. You got to be good at maths. But yeah, I tried to do that, but then later on it was just way too tough for me, so it just went completely over my head. But what really did went over my head was that wipeout on the player stuff. Was on that wipeout right there. It was so quick that we did not even notice. And the funny part is, I actually blinked, and as soon as I opened my eyes, I saw an elimination pop up in front of me, and I was like, wait, what just happened?
Yeah. I mean, it was very impressive. It was very quick. But along with that, I think it was just the fact, in that final situation, I'm just going to move forward, in that final situation where GSM were taking on the players of TRZ, and they did get up, both of them together, exposing themselves to fight. Why didn't WIZZES Club take those shots? I just noticed that play right there. But moving on, ladies and gentlemen, WIZZES Club, the Warriors, they're done with the matches along with the players of T2K, and it is going to be quite an interesting finish to the end of the day, because we have Janmano sitting on the first with 96, DRS on the second with 92 points. Then there's A1 in B on the third position. One more game to go. 72 points have been secured by them as a total tally till now, though. But as we move forward to the second page of the ranking, and surprise, surprise, Godlike Stalwart and I@C Esports on the 11th and the 12th position instead of being anywhere close to the top two.
Yeah, I mean, Jesus, this is really interesting. But again, at the top, I'm glad. I'm really happy for a team like T2K though. At least they're in the top 8, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But in the final game, anything can happen. If Godlike Stalwart, if I@C, if these two teams have a good game, and including the players of Elementrix, then things can change way too much. Because even a team like Skylightz Gaming is still down below. And for some reason, these teams, man, at the start of the week, they don't turn up. They don't really turn up. But Godlike Stalwart, they like to turn up at the start of the weeks. But for some reason, even day 1 was down. Even day 2 is down. Hopefully, day 3 is not going to be the same case, but we still have one more game to go, man. Never know. Anything can happen, and it is the game of Miramar. That means these teams are quite stronger, and considering the fact that DEW, that have been a big thorn in the way of Godlike Stalwart, is not playing anymore.
Yeah. I think that's just going to allow them complete and utter freedom inside of this next game. So it is going to be quite impressive to see what Godlike Stalwart are going to be up to. But along with that, I think VENOM Legends not being there, WIZZES Club not being there, T2K not being there. So T2K being absent from this game opens up the northwestern part of the map for a lot of other teams. VENOM Legends, they like to play from the eastern side of the map. So you know Seal Esports will have a few openings if they want to just move up north towards the Impala position. So there are possibilities of teams just switching up a couple of things in this last game of the day, considering it's going to be quite important for them to secure all of those points. But along with that, Skylightz Gaming returning to the mix, Raw is going to be back, A1NB and 1952. And if you were to ask me which team is going to go ahead and win this game, I would say, who do I want to pick for this last game?
Which one do you want to go for?
There
are good choices here. There are really good choices here. You can go with either DRS, High Voltage, or even MABETEX.
I was actually thinking something between A1 MABETEX or... Alright, let's go. TRZ is going to win this game.
TRZ? I like that.
Yes.
I like that. I like the spirit, man. Keep going. Keep taking a lot of risk, all right? I'm going to go with...
It's high risk, high reward, Necro.
All right, I'm going to go...
And what rewards? We get 1 point.
We get 1 point. Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
And we actually get so happy over little things as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, be happy over little things. With that being said, my choice is going to be Godlike Stalwart.
Yup. Wow, you're so desperate to be happy at this moment, right?
I really am.
Just looking for happiness, forcing happiness upon yourself.
What do you mean? How is that forcing happiness upon yourself? I mean, Godlike Stalwart at this point, they have been equally not that good compared to some of the teams in the latter half of the board. So right now, currently inside this week, going with Godlike Stalwart is way much more bigger risk, or is as similar type of risk as going with TRZ.
All right, yeah, perfect. I think I agree with that. They haven't won a single game up until now this week.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, not just that. I mean, Godlike Stalwart on the second half of the board. So I would say that's quite a big risk to go with them, considering they don't even have any sort of momentum flowing with.
But
Johnny, why do you look so sarcastic?
Yeah, but it's godlike stalwart. You never know what these lads are gonna be up to. Quite similar to why IHC were doing well. IHC were not performing at all in the last 2 matches that they played. Godless shows up. One man made such a big difference for them. They made it to the top 4 in the previous game. So yeah, anything can happen at any time with these teams. I'm telling you. But my pick is going to stay with TRZ. I want them to perform at least in one game, and if that is not going to be the case, then I think, yeah, TRZ, it's going to be a bit of a gamble.
I
think they do have what it takes.
I feel like A1 Esports as well can be a really solid pick here.
A1NB.
Yeah, I really think so.
I mean, Miramar, there was a certain time back in the days, I think. All right, so I'm talking about 2020, right? A1NB has taken the best teams, taken on the best teams of Southeast Asia and come out on top in this particular map. There was a time where on Miramar, and I'm including the SEA in this, by the way, the entire SEA, they knew who A1 was on Miramar. That's how deadly this map used to be, and that's how good they were on Miramar. But it's been 2 years since then. Times have changed, teams have changed, rosters have changed, and so has the the performance on Miramar of A1NB on this particular map.
Yeah, exactly. The play styles have been changed of the teams as well. The thinking process, a lot of things change. And that's why sometimes you need to adjust to the change as well. And I think so A1 Esports are doing a good job of adjusting that change so far, because even inside the previous Miramar game, you can agree with me on this, they were looking pretty confident in those fights that they were taking.
Yeah. I mean, they are looking confident. I mean, don't get me wrong, I never really said A1 Esports is lacking in any shape or form. I mean, it is a strong team, but I mean, Miramar hasn't really been their strength. I think now it's more of a Erangel, Sanhok situation. Miramar, they still manage to do really well a lot of the times. I mean, they have been on this particular map, and look at this. Made me choke. I wish I had picked A1NB now.
Oh, man. I told you, bro. Whenever I say A1's a good pick, anyone should go with it.
Why did you go for A1NB then?
Can I change my prediction, please? Prediction? No?
No.
Dude, listen, I have went with A1NB a lot of times in the past, too. So, and before start of the game, too, I said A1NB can be a really solid pick. And I guess my words are sort of being true here. But again, they have another teams like Seal to deal with, so we cannot just say it right now because it's still the starting phase of the game and anything can happen. Unfortunate circumstances, RNG can hit them. Anything can happen, man. There's a lot of possibilities.
I mean, I think it was Murphy's Law. No, it is Murphy's Law that says anything that can happen will happen.
That's not a bad way to think.
Yeah.
But
if there is a possibility, no matter how small of a thing happening, then there is a universe in which it has all actually happened.
As a kid, I used to think that I can get the Omnitrix of Ben 10. So you're saying that will happen?
I said actual things happening, not fictional stuff.
Okay.
If the Omnitrix exists, maybe you might be there. There is a universe where you're Ben 10 then. Will you be Ben 10 or Necro 10? N10.
Neck 10.
Neck 10.
That sounds cool, right?
Sounds more like Nectar.
Yeah, I mean, Nectar's sweet. I'm sweet. Smiley face in the chat, please. You all are sweet, ladies and gentlemen. You all are sweet people. Even Johnny's sweet.
Thank you.
But let me tell you what, right now, something is not too sweet for the players of Godlike Stalwart. Is that placement in the overall standings?
Oh, yeah. They're going to be salty.
It's fading away, man. After today, I told you, today is the day where if Godlike Stalwart don't step up, all the cushion is gone. And tomorrow, the first spot in the overall league standings is gone, too.
You know what? I'm quite upset that the other teams haven't really utilized this opportunity to actually challenge Godlike Stalwart in the early stages. I mean, had this been any other team, I mean, we would have seen DRS pour in right now. Elementrix is starting to block the way of Godlike Stalwart. But it seems like still respect is being given to the opposition, where respect is, like, it has been earned by them as well, to be fair. So No one wants to take the opportunity or the risk of coming face to face with godlike Stalwart early in the game and just getting taken out, losing key players from their side. They are still being extremely cautious about them. So it's just the tiger that's been wounded. It's not completely dead yet. The wounded tiger is pretty scary.
Yeah, it is. And right now, that's the state of godlike Stalwart, right? They are looking pretty wounded, but that doesn't mean they are completely down and out yet. I've heard a saying somewhere, if someone's having a tough time, it doesn't mean they're completely weak. They're just having a bad time. They're not weak, though. That doesn't mean you want to take advantage of that.
Yeah.
And there's a chance godlike Stalwart can definitely bounce back. And I also wanted to focus on a little bit. Now, again, this is the final week, ladies and gentlemen. Soon we're going to be moving inside the grand finals. So those bonus points, of course, will matter quite a lot. But I also want to say one thing, and that is, even if a team doesn't really have a lot of bonus points accumulated, there's still a chance they can make a comeback in the grand finals, just like I did in the prediction against Johnny.
Oh, wow. I think you are the salty one over here. Why are you still
What was that
salty about
reaction? What was that reaction? It was like, oh, wow.
Why do you keep bringing that up again and again? By the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys have forgotten, it is Miramar. We don't see any action for the first 10 minutes, so that means it's podcast hour. I mean, we call it podcast hour, but it's like 10 minutes of us just blabbering on and on because no action, as you guys can see. I mean, even the teams themselves are just looking for cover. Janmara is moving all the way from from the water treatment area. They're just moving down south. They have literally no one blocking their way. It's a clear pathway, clear rotation for them up until Minas Generalis and Graveyard. You see Gremlin Storm on your screen. Gremlin Storm are already close to the center of the circle, taking control of the mountains just northeast of the city of Los Leones. Again, no one here to bother them. So everyone is isolated, and the chances of fights breaking out are quite slim for now.
I mean, yeah, fights are not going to happen, of course, because this is what we saw pretty much throughout all the Miramars that we witnessed. And as soon as I say that, it happens. Why? Whatever I say, it just happens, man.
Oh my God.
Happening. It's actually been happening throughout this entire week 3.
Can you just say that I'm going to win $1 million?
No.
Why not?
Only if you say that you'll give me 50%.
Sure.
Okay, Johnny, you're going to win $1 million soon.
How soon?
I don't know, man.
Sooner than the first blood being secured on Miramar, or?
That's like 10 minutes.
Feels like an eternity.
It does, yeah. It does feel like an eternity. It's because we love these teams when they fight. I love the demonic mode of every single player inside the lobby, and right now, it does seem like it's about to be activated soon. Because the next circle has shifted down south even more towards Los Leones. The Wall of Death, of course, has started to move in as well. And DRS so far, they're just tying it out. Of course, as I mentioned, the Wall of Death too is going to play a big role in this one. And sooner or later, even teams like Skylightz Gaming that are all the way out in the blue, they will need to try and take things a little bit more serious. The reason why I mentioned Skylightz Gaming and why I think so they're not really that serious inside the week 3, because so far their overall rankings inside the week 3 are pretty shady. On the other hand, you have A1 Esports against the players in 1952. Dante knocked out, but not the confirmation yet. A1NB definitely are looking for that one, though. But 1952, they completely stepped inside an unknown territory.
Unaware of where the players are going to be. 1952, they are going to have to pay for this, as Hitman is going to look to see if he can finish off Dante with a little bit of utility being lobbed towards him. Oh! Alright, I think he's going to try and take care of the player in the distance. So he can go for a much more comfortable finish onto Dante. And there it is, Devil Boy. Jax going for a slam, trying to get his teammate back, but a low toss nade can in fact change everything over here. And Hitman, he's going to go for it. There it is. It bounces down, drops a little too soon, the explosion. No damage, just out. 1952, the two lads, they're going to be quite healthy now. And the next one is just going to miss them completely. So,
yeah,
good regroup, good deny from 1952, and
Yeah.
guess what? Still no first blood.
Still no first blood. Yeah, we're seeing those knockouts. We're seeing a little bit of trouble being caused for each other, but we're not seeing that first blood being drawn yet. The fights are definitely now starting to heat up as the players as well, their minds are going to be heated up as well. A1 Esports definitely this week is going to be quite crucial for all the other teams that are still on the bottom four, I would say, and even on the 16th to 12th spot. They're not going to have a sigh of relief. But right now, Gremlin Storm on top of this hill, in a really good spot, sort of in off center. The circle shifts up a little bit on the left side, so that means it's going to cover the majority of the landmass area too. Skylightz Gaming is still all the way out in the blue, tanking the damage, making their way down south, but that means they're going to be way too late inside the circle. They won't really have a lot of info to work with. They won't know where exactly to position. They won't know where the teams are available. At that point, micro adjustments on the fly can definitely help them position themselves a little better, and also a little bit of luck. If it's stacked with them, the circle will sort of favor them.
The wall does favor them, but from the flank, Lucifer
nice.
is going to be sent back to hell by the players of Gremlin Storm. The storm rising in the distance can actually blow the opposition away. Seal Esports, they need to readjust as quickly as possible. Casey is going to try and see if he can get a flank going on the players of Gremlin Storm on that high ground. The distance between the two teams is not going to allow Gremlin Storm to actually go for a finish, though. I think Lucifer is going to survive, and Gremlin Storm, they're going to be forced to abandon their position and just back off completely.
I mean, right now, Gremlin Storm, they definitely were hitting some nice shots, but because of the circle, even they themselves needed to sort of reposition themselves. Lost the Eunice right now has to be the hot spot, and a little bit of hills around it. And that's where the players and the teams have now started to stack up. 1952 in the front lines of A1 Esports. This fight has been going on for quite a while, but the 1952's position is quite shaky. All four players inside one single building, not even spread out. That's going to limit their information.
Well, let's see how far can they take this, though. 1952 can be completely pinned down by the players of A1NB. And Hitman is definitely a man who you do not want to step in front of. He's going to destroy you, rip you to pieces. MABETEX on the other side, just waiting for something to happen. But again, they're also a team in an isolated position for now. Have the lads from 1952 right in front, but not really too eager to try and force this fight against them.
Godlike Stalwart on the northern side still. As always, they just don't like to play in the centers. Always in off centers, don't want to play, don't want to be in way too much of risk. But the next circle takes a hard shift down south, catching every single team off guard. And now these teams will be forced to move out as quick as possible, and that's what the players of 1952 are exactly doing. Without wasting any sort of time, instantly pull out their vehicle, book it inside the circle, inside a better spot. Even Raw, they're moving in from the left lines, but teams that are completely on the other side, teams like Skylightz Gaming, Stalwart Esports, High Voltage, Dax, there should be some sort of collision coming soon, and that's what exactly happens. High Voltage, they drop down a man.
Well, let's see, though. Malik is going to be dropped down to his knees. Pika does see Assassin.
What a
trying
spray,
to
man.
go for his teammate. Yeah, I think he just realized that the opportunity to just commit the entire clip wasn't really there. So he did not really even attempt to go for it.
I just, like, the way they track with the spray, their aim is so steady and clean.
Bro, you got to practice for hours and hours.
Yeah, it's so therapeutic, actually, to see someone that good. Yeah, I mean, when you see something clean in front of you, like someone aiming clean, like not a lot of wasted movement at all in the aim, it's so like peaceful, and I don't know, it's so therapeutic to watch, right? Don't you think so? Like calm movement.
I mean, yeah, movement is pretty amazing, but I think spray transfers, yeah. You and I are not going to be on the same page about that. For me, it's just like, so you've seen it so many times. You spent hours and hours and hours inside the training ground just grinding to get there. Oh, God, those were the days. Now my fingers hurt.
Speak of that, and Elementrix right on top of the players of MABETEX, but Wally's not going to be able to escape the entire death trap that he's found himself in. It's going to be the players in the back who are picking apart Wally. Unfortunately, even his escape vehicle was not able to save him, and Wally will be completely shut down. And that's the first elimination of the game too, ladies and gentlemen.
14 minutes and 40 seconds in, and that's the first blood right there. Finally down to 63 teams. Also, by the way, the pick went to the players of DRS. It wasn't MABETEX, it wasn't Elementrix right next to Wally. In fact, it was DRS in the distance who walked away with that point. So kudos to them for just capitalizing on an opportunity that was presented to them. But now Elementrix, they know the opposition in the distance. Shots being fired by Orange and misses the clip right there. Bishal has dished out a little bit of damage on the players of DRS who have managed to close in, but will it be enough to secure a few extra finishes? I don't think so. On the other side, high voltage. Well, delivering high voltage action as they are making the gods bleed. Stalwart, they are down two players still remaining. Jiggle is trying to close in the distance, has managed to avoid the blue zone. One good nade can in fact just be a death sentence to the players of Godlike. Stalwart, Scry taking damage from the flank is going to be forced indoors, but he does manage to survive quite safely. And remember the players from the side of Godlike Stalwart who were knocked out? They're coming back, and they're going to be back for blood.
Speak of being back for blood. Assassin right now. Yeah, there's no way Assassin's going to be able to survive the play zone, and he will fall a prey to it. Godlike Stalwart, though, still all the four players are alive, but unfortunately the woes continue for them as they need to battle their way in a safer spot. High voltage, they've got a little bit of line of sight onto them, but Godlike Stalwart, luckily they have this little ridge that's protecting them from the left side completely. So the players of high voltage are not going to have line of sights on them just yet, but now maybe as they try to make the rotation happen, there might just be a big chance that they might get picked off right here, but they instantly stop on the rock. They realize high voltage can be a big thorn in this rotation, so they first need to get rid of the players of high voltage, and this could also be some free points. Jiggle inside the smoke, trying to find the connection through the smoke, just blind firing it. But Jiggle is keeping his head stuck down, finally peeks out and is able to find two. He might as well find three, but no. Those two players are knocked. Now this is going to leave the entire team of Godlike Stalwart in a big state of discomfort. How can Stalwart recover from this? And whoa! Oh! Game being spoiled and entire dreams being ruined. The entire game has been ruined right there by Jiggle. He went down, but he took down the entire team with himself.
Yeah, you're gonna break your phone after that. Don't.
That is so... Oh, boy.
Oh, man, that was nasty. That was a nasty shot right there, but... Yeah, it was his teammate, no worries. But still 13 teams, 48 players remaining. Deadeyes guys looking in quite decent position. They are on the northern edge of the circle, so they have an opportunity to gatekeep two teams, not just one at the same time. One of them is going to be MABETEX. And, well, we do have on top on the flank MABETEX doing a wonderful job just avoiding any angles from where they're going to be under threat or on the fire. I wonder if Entry can cause some trouble. I want him to just show up, pick up a few players from the side of MABETEX, and then just walk away.
Zol's been knocked out. Alright, see though from the back. They have a nice field setup. Nays as well are going to be locked in the front, but now the wall of death has started to close in. How is Sanchir going to try to make in? Zol is already fallen down. This leaves three players on the up. Zol's back up on his feet. But these edges, man, Miramar really does force you to... These type of circles really do force you to think outside the box. And that's what these teams now will need to try and do. Elementrix as well showing themselves up on the board. DRS 2 up against the players of A+B+C+D. fights are now just breaking down like it's nothing. Bodies all across the board, and MABETEX up against the players of 1952. Entry is trying to fight back all by himself. A lone soldier cannot pull anything off against the squad of MABETEX, and MABETEX will put a full stop to the fairy tale of 1952. Giant Mara is still alive in the close. The woes hasn't ended just yet. IHC, they need to take care of the back lines, and for IHC to succeed, Giant Mara needs to be taken care of.
Well, let's see though. Will Giant Mara make it through, or will IHC make them bow down? Oh, Gunner with a gun in his hand manages to close in the distance on the opposition, but runs back to avoid any pressure from outside the smoke. He has his teammate right next to him, and they find Joel in the middle of nowhere. IHC, they are bleeding out slowly and steadily. Down to 3 players they go. Snipe Whitey and No Fear are extremely low in this fight, so they will have to fall back for a few seconds to heal up so that they can readjust and then recharge towards the players of IHC. Look at this, Sanchir, he's going to be the first one in the line of fire. He's trying to fall back. The options are not really going to be there. Sanchir is going to be dropped down as well. Trades come in. Wadu and Gunnar are going to be knocked out. So IHC, they are retaliating quite nicely. It's a 2v2 now, Necro.
The trades are definitely there on the board, but I'd see, they're just making sure that the players of Giant Mara are going to keep on crumbling down. The numbers advantage now is favoring the players of IHC. How the tables turn, and IHC might just put a full stop, and that's what exactly happens. The final nail in the coffin, and Giant Mara out the game in 11th spot. The fights did break out quite late, but now it's an absolute hell breaking loose. Elementrix Yitauta all by himself. 4 players against that one man. Yitauta, how many chances can this player survive? Position compromised, and he can go nowhere because he has nowhere else to go. He can run, but he can't hide, and that's what exactly happens. Yitauta out the game as well.
I mean, in the wise words of Metallica, how can I be gone if I've got nowhere to go? Basically what the lad was thinking at that moment. But I guess Orange is in a similar situation now, as IHC, they come charging towards him, and he's just lying on the floor. This is not even Sanhok, it's Miramar, for crying out loud. Nothing but sand around you, friend. And he's just, well, being hopeful that from the other side, TRS start dropping bodies. IHC, Godless is going to be knocked out. Sanchir and IHC still not realizing there's another man right across the ridge. DRS, the Guardian Angels of Elementrix in this matchup. 10 teams, 30 players still surviving.
Speak about the Guardian Angels, but the Angels are about to fall down soon, as they are handicapped. IC, risky moves, but it works out perfectly. IC on the other side, and he's playing a big move here. A big game being played from the side of IHC. Now IHC do realize they will need to try and pull off some desperate moves in order to try and win this game. But IHC, somehow they're finding these bodies on top of the players of DRS. And DRS, they're getting dismantled alive as well. IHC, even though odds are stacked against them, they're still somehow able to fight against it. All the time, and they're able to stand tall on top of death. Rules, peeks out, position compromised, and he might just strike in, and yes he does, has the advantage as well, and Sancho placed that perfectly around, keeps on jiggling, but no, Orange, being the snake in the grass, will put a full stop to the fairy tale of IHC.
Remember how we were talking about the sand snakes and how deadly they can be? Well, on Miramar, Orange is gonna be the new big threat in this map. Just waited and waited for so long, and when IHC thought that DRS were done, there won't be anyone to bother them, he gets up and he secures those points for his team instead. MABETEX, ladies and gentlemen, are going to be shown the exit. I think Dax are going to follow soon, along with the players of DE, who are down to their final 2 players. But Raw Official doing quite well for themselves. DRC, look at them. They are falling left, right, and center. 2 players knocked out. Slipknot is going to go for the 3rd one as well. And will he be able to roll? Yes! 3K right there, sliver of HP. The boosters save him and keep him alive.
That is one of the most nastiest clutch. How is this man able to stay alive and dismantle all of the team all by himself? A miraculous play from this lonesome warrior of Raw. And Slipknot is still alive, and he wants some more blood. He's even more hungrier than before. Mad Cat is all by himself, just relying on his luck at this point. Shrouds the entire house with the smoke, and Shroud himself in as well. But for how long is he gonna stay alive? How long? Eventually, the players are going to find him, and they do make the push happen. But no, Madcat takes down 2. This might just be another tables being flipped type of situation. Madcat is down low, of course. The final man steps in, and eventually he finds him. Madcat out the fray. TRZ out the game on 5th position. A crazy ending for this game.
Raw looking to go for a win in this match of Miramar. Dead guys, they haven't given up yet as well. They have 3 players still remaining. Only Joker was picked off a few moments earlier. Skylightz Gaming with 3 of their own as well. This is gonna be anyone's game between these 3 teams. And also, let's not forget the last player surviving from the side of T2K Esports, who is still somehow managed to stay hidden from everyone else. But, oh boy, what a game of Miramar we are getting to witness this time around.
I love
flank,
it.
as soon as I said Smokey just picked him up,
Non-stop
he says
action.
down. But down to the top 3 teams, ladies and gentlemen. 10 players alive. Raw with all 4, DE with 3, and Skylightz Gaming with the last 3 players as well.
And Raw right now, all the players, 4 players up, and all the props should be given a Slipknot. And it doesn't seem like Raw are going to stop anytime soon. Just pedal to the metal. They want this one in the hand, but props should be given to a team like Skylightz Gaming as well. They've rotated all the way from up north, and now they're still alive somehow, while even the circle is taking some insane hardships on top of them. Deadeye's guys, yeah, the eyes are just completely deadlocked on them. Deadeye's guys inside a death trap, nowhere to go, no escape out of that one. Even if Chari decides to shroud himself in the smoke, there's a big chance the smoke's gonna be spammed, and Chari will be out of the game. Deadeye's guys is pretty much out the fray. In the end, we're gonna see a nice situation between the players of Skylightz Gaming and Raw, a 3-on-4.
Let's see, Chari, he gets up, gets shot at, and Raw, they're gonna go on ahead and make it to the top 2. Now only Skylightz Gaming standing between them and the win of this game. Nima is gonna be spotted out. What a shot from Slipknot! This man, he's not stopping anytime soon. Perfectly transferring the spray onto the head of the opposition. 2 players left from the side of Skylightz Gaming. Mr. Bodo under extreme pressure as he does see the tidal wave in the form of Raw headed towards him. Ruthless, aggressive warriors. And well, these lads are all 3 at the same time right now. Mr. Boro is poured out as well. Another knock coming in for Sus. Again, the 2-man roster remaining for the side of Skylightz Gaming. AJ from the flank is going to bring Slipknot to his knees. Now Sus is going to be next. AJ trying his level best. He's the last player surviving for his team. Secures the knock, takes no damage. But in the end, he gets destroyed as well. And Raw, ladies and gentlemen, walk away with an impressive win on this map of Miramar. What a game, and what a way to close it out as well.
Ruthless, aggressive warrior. End things on a fantastic note. But tomorrow is a day off, so that means the momentum is definitely going to be on a halt. Hopefully, on the day after tomorrow, they will be able to shine through just like they did. But what a game of Miramar. Non-stop action in those final circles. One after the other, perfectly synchronized. And some insane clutches, too, to follow it up. Raw, completely deserving, and also finding themselves in the 8th spot in the overall league standings.
I mean, it was such a good game. It was such a good game.
Crazy, dude.
Especially that 1v3 from Slipknot, and also kudos to that last surviving player from the side of TRZ. So close to pulling it off. I guess he did not account for the opposition just literally entering in the room and going for a drop shot right in front of him. Because he did connect a few shots, but he did not encounter for the drop, so he forgot to adjust it. Adjust the verticality of the spray, but still impressive nonetheless. For now, though, we're going to take a very short break. You guys don't go anywhere because we're going to be back right after this.
It's a
what a day it has been today, ladies and gentlemen. But once again, for the last time today at least, welcome back to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me, and this event is brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. With that out of the way, we have to talk about the MVP of the game, Slipknot from the side of Raw. 5 eliminations, 1,094 damage. What a guy.
I mean, Slipknot, that clutch right there changed the entire, and that might be the clutch that won this entire game as well. That was a game-changing clutch from Slipknot, all by himself, inside one house, against 3 players, and this man still somehow survives that.
I think, yeah.
He just ate him alive. He literally just ate him alive. The repositioning, the micro adjustments, all the time he did after every single knockout.
Yeah, the best part is, even after that clutch, he did not stop. Readjusted, instantly knew what he had to do, just refocused on the players of Deadeye's guys in the distance, and it was so impressive with the way how he pushed. Also, kudos to AJ as well. AJ did such a phenomenal job just putting on the brakes on the momentum of Raw. Otherwise, they would have just run over the players of Skylightz Gaming in an instant. So, quite an impressive moment from AJ right there. But it was Raw gameplay.
Speak about the Raw gameplay. I mean, AJ tried his best at the end, level best, but unfortunately, that's why his damage is quite high, right? 802 damage dealt, but I would still say the rotation that the players of Skylightz Gaming made, that was one of the most impressive rotations, I would say, because considering the fact that the circle kept on hard shifting against them and they were still able to stay alive till the top 3 moments, and they like to drop all the way up top. That is not a joke. Rotating all the way from the northern side till the southern side, when you have no info whatsoever what's going on inside the zone, and you're still able to adjust that well on the fly, I would say that's really impressive.
Yeah, it was quite impressive indeed. But along with that, I think one more weird thing about this Miramar was the fact that this time we just noticed everyone rotating super early. No one tried to play the late game scenario. No one wanted to play the late game situation. Everyone knew exactly, like, all right, if the circle is headed towards the Lost Leones, we have to move in now. And because of that, the mid-game stages became a lot more interesting. But looking at the match summary right now, I mean, Slipknot definitely dominated majority of the game. Highest assist, although going towards Apex from the side of MABETEX. And then we have the highest healing done with Delta being the man, 423 healing on this player from the side of DRS. But again, although, along with the players of Raw, I do have to mention, I mean, DE also had a pretty decent opportunity of securing a few extra points in this particular match. They were doing so well for themselves up until the mid-game stage, and then all of a sudden, we just saw them in the middle of nowhere, forcing a fight, getting taken out. So, I think just because of that, they weren't really there with the numbers that were needed. They lost 1 player so early in the game. But no worries. Still a good finish, 16 points secured. But Raw, what a finish. And I think Raw have been doing quite decent for themselves if you look at the bigger picture. I mean, I'm talking about the overall league standing as well. They have managed to stay inside of the top 16 for now. And I think things are just going to get better and better as the time goes by. I think even the finals Raw are just going to get more comfortable with going up against the teams that they are playing against right now.
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, the comfort level is definitely going to be rising. But inside the grand finals, from what I think, is that it's going to be a whole nother story, Johnny. I don't think so. The games are going to be played the way they are being played right now. Teams are actually going to be teams will actually try to do something. And as they know, top 10 will be moving on to the SA Championship, and SA Championship is a whole nother league. So SA Championship is going to be even more difficult than this entire PMPL. So teams will need to practice even more, research even more on the other 6 teams that are coming in from the Pakistan region. So again, things are going to be way too interesting even up ahead. So that's all we want to say. So make sure you guys are not missing out on any of these days and any of these games, because of course at the start the games are kind of dull. I do understand it's quite a slow start, but in the end the action is what you live for.
Exactly. I mean, we just keep waiting for the end game action. But now we have the Oppo F21 Pro moments on our screen, and Yeah, this was also another thing. A lot of third parties in this match.
I mean, of course, this would happen, right? Because this was the game that we saw action so freaking late.
Yeah.
So it is understandable that we saw a lot of third parties because way too many teams were alive in those final few moments, and of course, way too many teams means there are going to be, of course, a lot of third parties because there's going to be team or person right beside you all the time. You can never trust any area to be completely safe. You will always have to be paranoid about your surroundings.
I mean, we were talking about how it's just good to be paranoid inside of a battle royale. The more concerned about you are about your surrounding, the easier it will be for you to survive. But looking at the damage histograph in front of us right now, Raw official 2026 damage dish out with 12 eliminations secured. We had Skylightz Gaming putting up a decent performance. Just 4 eliminations though from this particular game. Deadeyes guys, as we talked about them, had they not lost those early individuals, I think it would have been much easier for them to close out this game compared to what Raw had to push through. But with that out of the way, we have the overall rankings of the day in front of us, and there it is. DRS, 8 games, 100 points already.
Some crazy numbers, huh?
Yeah.
DRS right on top, then you have John Mara on the second spot. I knew this was going to happen too because in the previous game we saw DRS was only shy like 4 points from the players of John Mara, and John Mara got eliminated way too early inside this game on the 11th spot if I'm not wrong. So that's why DRS pretty much just took him over, but that big leap from the side of Raw and another big leap from the side of Skylightz Gaming, that's going to put them all the way on the 9th spot in the overall rankings, Johnny.
Well,
yeah, I mean,
yeah.
these type seems like a little bit of technical difficulties, but yeah, of
Hey,
course,
I'm
these type of leaps are really going to help these teams in the future run, right? Because again, if you are going to have these type of leaps in the front, overall, your confidence will be boosted up, and this is what you really do need inside the final week. But I'm still waiting for teams like T2K to step up even more. As I mentioned, before this game, T2K were in top 8, but now, because a lot of teams have taken some massive leaps and massive overall, they've had a good game, so that's why T2K have been pushed down to 12th spot once again.
Yeah. And it's not just about T2K. I mean, look at some of the biggest names that we talked about, not just this week, but in terms of the overall rankings. High Voltage is sitting on the 17th position, Necro. They are struggling this final week. Deadeyes guys on the 16th. Godlike, Stalwart, they're not even close to the top 10. We have IHC still stuck on the 11th position. So the last week of the league stages, it looks like, is quite brutal, not just on one team, but basically on every single team on the lobby. And this is where the teams on the latter half of the leaderboard, the teams that have nothing left to lose at this point, are doing really well. They've come into their own. They have gained a new self-confidence, a new form of self-confidence, I guess, at this point. And that is just allowing them to outperform everyone. And I think one of the most impressive teams right now has to be, as we've been talking about, the lads from the side of John Mara. So wonderful in there. One DRS all of a sudden seem to be the most consistent team. I mean, we talked about High Voltage, we talked about Skylightz Gaming, but now DRS, again, I think have an opportunity to take over Godlike Stalwart, and I hope we get to see the league rankings right now. I wish we get to see the league rankings right now, because I think it has already happened.
I mean, maybe. League rankings, yeah, definitely is a good topic to bring here because I'm not sure too. As I mentioned, today the cushion will be fading away, and there is a chance it might have already faded away too. Comparison though between Giant Mara and D Warriors for the day, and it seems like D Warriors, of course, has taken over in the damage aspect, but overall, I mean, both of these teams, I would say, I'm not going to go way too critical on John Mara, considering they have done pretty phenomenal, and including the fact that they also had a lot of pressure inside week 3 to perform. So I would still say these are really great stats.
Yeah, they are great indeed. But, I mean, still, I think the Warriors, they've managed to keep the momentum going. John Mara, as we have been saying, I mean, very, very, very good in their run today. Very consistent. The survival time looks very solid. Elimination secured 15. Not a bad number since it's a team that does like to play for those placement points, which they did get quite consistently in every single game. Damage dished out to damage received ratio looks very solid as well, although DE Warriors, being the more aggressive of the bunch, have the better stats in eliminations damage numbers as well. So it's going to be super fun to watch how the rest of the week is going to go for these teams. Again, let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be a break tomorrow, and day after tomorrow is when we return with the remainder of the action of the last week of the league stages of PMPL South Asia Fall Season 2022. But until then, I think the teams have a lot of homework to do because the finals are not too far away.
I mean, not just finals, even inside the week 3, things have changed quite a lot. Even the top teams are struggling, right? So, yeah, right now, even Godlike Stalwart's position's shaken, and it seems like if this keeps on, if this type of performance keeps on going, even Skylightz Gaming will be shaking away from that position. So, the top 3 right now is looking pretty shaky in the overall league standings. And if these teams do want to win this entire league, though, then you got to maintain that first spot. I am not sure if Godlike Stalwart do care about the first spot that much, though, considering the fact that DE Warriors have been really close to them no matter what. And this time, as you do take a look at the elimination leaders, of course, Nirzet is going to be at the top no matter what. This has been the case so far. Doc with the most amount of damage dealt in the entire elimination leaderboards. Then you have Top from the side of Godlike Stalwart. Not a great week 3 start so far, but there's still 3 more days to go. That means a lot of games they can try and get their hands on.
Yeah, they can try and move in, but I mean, all the top 5 elimination leaders belong to the same region. 86 on Nirzet, Doc with 78, Top with 71. East tied up with Top for 71 eliminations, just the damage number separating the 2 players. Action finally decides to make his presence known in the list of top elimination leaders as well. That man was missing there for a while. I think this is the first day we are seeing him in the list of elimination leaders. But yes, finally he's here. One man I'm missing in the list is Assassin, who was, I think, sitting on the 3rd position yesterday. So today was not a good day for his team, but hopefully they show up again tomorrow. Daily winners on our screens now, ladies and gentlemen. DE Warriors, a phenomenal day yet again. And so was it for the players of A1NB. Janmara being very consistent today as well. So I think these 2 teams are going at it with everything that they have, just trying to see which one of them can establish the momentum before the week comes to an end.
I mean, speak of establishing the momentum, right now it does seem like Giant Mara is slowly and steadily doing that, right? So this sort of momentum, hopefully I see this carried on forward as well. And even A1NB, as you said, they themselves are doing pretty good too. In the final game, though, I thought maybe we'll see A1NB win it out, but unfortunately there were way too many teams alive. And as I said, circumstances, some weird things can happen. It's the RNG of the game as well sometimes does kick in. You can't really try to fight against it. All you need to do is just try to adjust, and sometimes it's tough.
Yeah, circumstances can make weird things happen. That needs to be a poster, I guess.
Yeah.
Necro turn 2022.
It's actually a good statement, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually. But yeah.
But this also does bring us to the point of the day where we do wrap things up. In fact, start wrapping things up, because all matches for today are done, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you guys wanted to watch the matches again, you guys can watch the VODs. And also, once again, a reminder for every single one of you watching right now, tomorrow is a break. We come back again on Friday with the matches when action resumes. So remember, Friday is when you have to tune in again. Until then, take care. Bye-bye. See you next time.